we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedated, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked? Y'all locked, chat? What we doing tonight, man? Y'all locked? We in intro mode. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Hold on, chat. What we got going on here? Can y'all hear me in here all right? Can y'all hear me in here all right, man? We got the return of plug, man. They tried to get me up out of here yesterday, chat. They tried to get me.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube. Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? We got Trump, China meeting as the world wondering why. Cheddar Chud the Builder is done. And we got the return to plug, chat. I didn't have an episode prepared. I didn't expect to go live tonight. So we just finna wing this shit, man. We just finna wing this shit, man. What we doing, though? We back. We back. We got live streamer Chud the Builder, known for posting controversial videos and using racial slurs, is in custody after getting into a confrontation with a man that resulted in shots being fired in front of a Tennessee courthouse on Wednesday. Also, we got JD Vance holding up. press conference over the anti-fraud initiatives. Candace Owens is talking about the White House attempted to resend emails. Also, we got Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, sitting down with Tucker Carlson talking about AI and the dystopian future. I believe Kevin O'Leary is the one that's trying to build that data center in Utah that's supposed to be the size of 2,000 Walmarts, about 40,000 square acres, about 62.5 miles of data center is what I believe Kevin O'Leary is trying to build in Utah. We got Piers Morgan. We got Anna over there on Piers Morgan going at it with a few people talking about the Palestinians, and we're going to talk, they're talking about GameStop. I believe GameStop has some shit going. I forgot what it was, Chad. Also, Australia's first Trump Tower project has been canceled after developers say Trump brand has become toxic. Speaking of Trump brand, the Trump phones, Trump Mobile, are set to ship starting this week. Trump Mobile is set to ship starting this week. More than 50% of Americans say their finances are getting worse, according to Axios. OpenAI also announced support for the creation of a global governance body for artificial intelligence led by the United States of America and China. So we see Sam Altman calling for this global governance body for artificial intelligence. Oklahoma Democrats just forced a vote to ban child marriage. 36 Republicans in Oklahoma voted to keep child marriage legal, man. They wanted to keep child marriage legal. What's going on with the Republicans and these kids, man? Y'all say the Democrats and these kids got something going on, but right now I'm looking at what was the actual vote? Let me see the actual vote. The actual vote was like 50, what was it? It was like 50 something to 36. The only people that voted no were the Oklahoma Republicans. That shit's crazy. The Federal Reserve will buy back $10 billion in treasury bills to manage liquidity. The CIA also raided the agency that oversees it. The CIA seized boxes of documents from the JFK and MK Ultra files that were held by the Director of National Intelligence. That is Tulsi Gabbard's office. How do y'all feel about the CIA going in there and confiscating all of those documents, chat? Is that fair? Is that their job? Is that unjust? Y'all let me know. How do y'all feel about the CIA taking the documents from the JFK and the MK Ultra files? Scientists potentially discovered the Bermuda Triangle, potentially solved the Bermuda Triangle mystery, saying that they discovered a hidden structure under the Atlantic Ocean. That's according to the Daily Mail. President Xi Jinping calls to strengthen relations with the United States during talks with President Trump. King Charles says that his ministers will proceed with the introduction of a digital ID. It's over with, Chad. It's over with. Digital ID is here, according to King Charles. Zoran Mamdani is set to permanently fund New York City libraries and parks. He says libraries will no longer have to plead for funding every single year. The US dollar has also lost 30% of its purchasing power over the last 30 years, chat. Over the last, how many years? Hold on, I read that wrong. The US dollar has lost 30% of its purchasing power over the last 6 years. Over the last 6 years, your $1 is now spending like 70 cents. Compared to 6 years ago, Chad. Double tap that screen, shut a live out. Let's get into the episode. This is the audio that Chud the Builder, that they have on Chud the Builder. I believe he's talking to law enforcement after the altercation. This is Chud the Builder's, this is his side of events, Chad. This is what he said went on.
Because they were pointing at me. They were laughing, they were pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He's still wailing on me.
Where's your weapon at?
They have everything.
Whose weapon is that right there? I believe that's it.
Is this nigga Silvestro playing Yu-Gi-Oh in my chat? Talking about I activate Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add. What the hell are you doing, Sylvester? Who are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh against, nigga?
Is that yours?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's talking to him right now.
Oh no, you guys are good to do your thing.
Okay.
He has a graze. I call it a graze to the left arm. He has slight abrasion right here on his head. Maybe some scrapes. Light.
So Chud the Builder saying the guy was still beating on him after he even shot him, chat. I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope somebody has some actual video of it. I want to see it. They're saying Chud the Builder shot a guy outside of the courthouse 3 or 4 times, ended up grazing himself in the arm. So his new name is Cheddar. Cheddar Chud, man.
Imagine
Cheddar
being able
Chud,
to
man.
build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it.
Hey, imagine not having ads, bro. Let me get us to the ad-free version. Yeah, but that's Cheddar Chud the Builder, man. Cheddar Chud, man. Shot his damn self.
Torture does not work at all. You will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad they're going to tell you what you want to hear.
A lot of people in these prisons, members of the prison service.
All right, chat. So he made a bold statement. He said torture does not work at all. We're getting into this. Double tap the screen, chat. We got to get to the like button. He's saying torture does not work at all. Do y'all think torture actually works, chat, or it does not work?
And IDF officers are completely aware of the use of dogs.
I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims, as he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described.
You are not a journalist.
Can we get back to the
You're
topic of this debate?
justifying the slaughter of actual
I'm here
journalists
to
while
speak
pretending to
about
be a
what's
journalist
actually
on a
happening
show.
on the ground, not to hurl angry insults at people.
Acting as a think about what's actually happening as a propagandist for Israel. That's what you are. You're a propagandist.
A bombshell report on the Israel-Hamas conflict has ignited global fury about the appalling depravity of the combatants. In lurid detail, the reporting lays bare the twisted and grotesque...
I'm going to take a different stance, chat. I think torture does work. I think torture does work, depending on the circumstances. Now, is torture gonna work to get somebody convicted? Yeah, they'll say anything. But if some shit actually going on, they get tortured, they gonna get that shit up, chat. That's why they used to put the little teeth, the little cyanide tooth in the damn spies teeth, because they knew eventually the spies would give that shit up. That's why they had the little cyanide teeth and shit. So I think torture fucking works, man, depending on the circumstances, honestly.
Sexual violence used to subjugate victims. Those who read it and believe it emerge more certain than ever that one side's righteous and the other is evil. But there are, of course, 2 reports. And the chances are that your own social media timeline or the publications you choose to read will determine whether you believe I'm talking about Hamas or Israel. New York Times journalist Nick Kristof, twice a Pulitzer Prize winner, compiled a report which alleges the systematic rape of Palestinian prisoners by Israeli security.
I went to the West Bank to talk with Palestinians who experienced sexual assault firsthand by Israeli soldiers, settlers, and prison guards. Their harrowing accounts, backed by lawyers, surveys, and international reports, suggest that...
Jason, what do you mean not if they're trained? All of them motherfuckers were trained. They were spies, nigga. That's why they put the damn cyanide in their teeth, man. They were spies, nigga. It don't matter if they trained or not. Everybody has a breaking point. Now, I'm not going to say there aren't some fucking G.I. Joes out here that would take it all the way there, probably die. But most people would rather die than be tortured. That's why they had the cyanide teeth, nigga. They gonna give it up, bro. They gonna give it up, man. Psychological torture, physical torture, there's all kind of tortures. They could hold their family, pictures of their family up and kidnap. It's all kind of tortures. Eventually a motherfucker gonna give it up.
Sexual violence by Israelis against Palestinians is widespread. One woman, 23...
I'm not talking about civilians either, Jason. I'm talking about trained motherfuckers. I'm not talking about civilians. I'm talking about trained motherfuckers who are trained in interrogation and trained in torture and shit. They will still get that shit up. That's why they was putting them cyanide teeth in them people, man. Hey, get that shit up, boy.
At the time of her detention, told me that she was regularly stripped naked, forcibly bent over, and groped all over her body by male and female guards. One journalist said he had been held down and raped by a dog, a claim backed by other accounts from prisoners who report they underwent the same thing.
Well, the reporting is based on detailed testimony from at least 14 Palestinians. It does not allege that IDF soldiers or security personnel are commanded to commit.
But this is the thing, Ms. Bones. You said, but they can just lie. Of course they can lie. You don't know the difference. That's why you go verify the information. And if they're scared of me, shit, they can be scared of the other people too, but their life ends here if I don't get the fucking, or whoever doesn't get the information they want, the life ends here. Are you more scared of these people, what they might do to you, or are you scared of what the fuck going on right here, right now? Yeah, you might lie, you can lie. Guess what? We finna go check that shit out. Check that shit out. You lying, that's another toenail, nigga. Toenail gone. We're gonna rip that bitch out from the root. And we're gonna try this shit again.
These crimes, but it does conclude that they happen so often that they are standard operating procedure. In that, it echoes reports by the UN and others.
What's up, Fitness?
One of the worst blood libels in modern history. A flood of high-profile social media accounts have moved quickly to condemn and discredit the testimony, as well as peddling a false rumor that the New York Times is preparing a retraction. It isn't. In fact, they've doubled down. And while this storm has gathered force, the exact same thing has been happening on the other side. Like many people, I read with horror the details of the Israeli Civil Commission's report on October the 7th. Heads were decapitated, it says. Pelvic bones shattered. Even after death, sexual assault continued.
He started touching me and I resisted.
Shit, they're talking about necromancy and shit. He said even after death, the assaults continue. They talking about necromancy. It's crazy.
And then he dragged me to the bedroom.
Disfiguring their faces and their sexual organs. You'd see that multiple times.
It's like they wanted to inflict pain in the cruelest manner possible. They have redefined evil.
Well, the Commission's report draws on hundreds of interviews and thousands of photographs. It too echoes work by the UN, which concluded that Hamas used sexual violence. And it too has been ransacked and trashed.
What's up, me too? What's up, Dwayne?
As far as I'm concerned, the only cause is basic human decency. If your first instinct about either report is to look for ways to smear them, you might have run out of that yourself.
Man, what you mean they're not doing torture in the United States? They're not doing torture to... Man, listen, they're doing torture in the United... The police doing torture in the United... The fuck going to get into the government and the military. The police will beat your fucking ass out here, man. Beat the dog shit out of you, not feed you in jail, open up the door to let the inmates do whatever to you. What are we talking about? Man, it's torture going on right now in the prison systems in America.
Well, joining me on the panel is US-Israeli journalist and commentator Emily Schrader, the former US Navy SEAL Rob O'Neill, the former IDF soldier and whistleblower Shael Ben Ephraim, and Anna Kasperin, the executive producer and host of The Young Turks, and Doran Kemple, who's a former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Anna Kasperin. Two reports have come out, one in a newspaper, one by a commission. One detailing the appalling atrocities of October the 7th, and one by Nick Kristof, somebody that I know well. When I was at CNN for 4 years, he was a regular on my show there. He's won a Pulitzer Prize twice. He is unquestionably one of the best journalists in the world. Now, that doesn't mean that he is...
I'm going to tell you, too, another thing, Chad. A lot of Texas Department of Corrections doesn't have AC. Nigga, it's like 110 degrees in Texas sometimes, 115 degrees. And a lot of these prisons have no AC. None. Torture.
Not capable of making mistakes, but so far he has doubled and trebled down on all criticism, stood by his reporting completely, and so the New York Times. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of noise, a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of discrediting. Where do you sit in totality with both of these reports?
I think it's very simple. Sexual violence carried out by any group of people, whether we're talking about IDF soldiers or members of Hamas, is wrong, indecent, immoral, and should be condemned. I don't know why this is such a difficult thing to do. This shouldn't be considered a one-sided thing. Okay, sexual violence is often used during war. Now, in the case of Hamas, I think the argument is whether or not Hamas used rape specifically as a tool of war, and it was a widespread act. And so that's where the debate lies on the Hamas side. On the Israeli side.
Hey, Chad, we going to have to hit the like button and get the likes up. Y'all know that they just let me out of YouTube jail, so we are going to be shadow banned. I need y'all to hit the likes up and get some comments rolling, man. Tell everybody how your day went. Tell everybody what you're doing, where you're from. We gotta get some shit going. I'm going to be shadow banned probably for a week, bro.
You know, Christoph was very clear in noting that there's no indication that IDF soldiers are commanded to carry out rape. But what stood out to me about his reporting is that, you know, there were individuals quoted who said that basically no one stops them. Like it's common, it's known that this is happening, it's been happening for a long time, but no one in a position of power in Israel is stopping them from doing it. And so it's just, I mean, it's so wrong. And I don't know how anyone can read the entirety of that Christoph piece and not be brought to tears over the just cruel and unusual punishment of individuals who were never even charged with a crime, by the way. That's the other thing. These are individuals who were arrested soon after October 7th on suspicion of doing something wrong. They were never charged with anything. They never stood trial, yet they were imprisoned and raped in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. So just long story short, rape is wrong. Sexual violence is wrong, regardless of who does it.
Okay. Emily Schrader, welcome back to Uncensored to you too. You've posted Nick Christoph should really be fired over this. If such crimes actually occurred, there needs to be a respectable investigation.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's crazy, too, that they're only doing the death penalty for the Palestinians. Like in Israel, the death penalty only applies to the Palestinians. Crazy.
Into this behavior, not an opinion column citing Hamas-affiliated sources. The NYT published an opinion column accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse the night before a major report documenting Hamas October 7th sexual atrocities was released. Not an investigation, but an opinion piece built heavily on claims from Euromed Monitor, whose leadership has documented ties to Hamas networks. If abuse is happening, it should be investigated, but regurgitating absurd claims such as that Israel trained dogs to rape Palestinians does not help victims of sexual violence. It makes a mockery of them. Shame on the New York Times. So my first question is, I presume that you found everything in the, I don't want to speak for you, but you can clarify quickly. Did you find everything in the Hamas report credible and entirely accurate, and you would just take it unquestionably as fact?
We have no way of knowing if every single claim that's made in the Civil Commission's report is accurate. I personally, of course, have no way of knowing that. But what we do know from the Civil Commission report is that it relies on 1,800 hours of footage. It relies on more than 10,000 photos. It relies on forensic evidence that was collected from dead bodies that were there, as well as eyewitness and survivor testimony from the hostages who returned. So there is a lot more evidence that's provided in that report, which I did read in its entirety, 289 pages. In regards to the article by Christoph, my problem with it isn't that such abuses could occur or that there aren't abuses in prisons. I believe that there most certainly are, as I think there are in most countries that have a prison system, especially one involved in a heavy conflict like we see here. I think this might be the first time on Piers Morgan I actually agree with Anna Kasparian. It doesn't matter who did it. If it's happening, it's wrong. It deserves a thorough investigation. And I don't believe that Christoph did them a service in this article. I think it actually is an insult if there are indeed victims.
I'm going to be honest with you. You said, why is Anna still talking to the public? Anna's probably the most popular motherfucker on the panel, Pierce included. I'm just going to be honest. Anna's probably the most popular motherfucker on the panel, including Pierce.
As he described, who have been abused in the ways that he described, there needs to be a much more impartial investigation. And furthermore, the sources that he used, I mean, the way that he didn't disclose the associations between Euromed Monitor and Hamas, between what Rami Abdu has said and stood for, what the chairman of the board, Mazen Kahel, has stated. They have both explicitly supported the actions of October 7th on social media themselves. Euromed itself has been a denier of sexual assault and rape on October 7th by Hamas. So there's a lot of complications and problems that simply were not disclosed in this piece.
But what is interesting, Emily, Emily, here's what I would say. What is interesting to me is your mindset about these two reports, because on the first one, you conceded immediately that you don't know for sure if it's all accurate. And yet you're not calling for anyone to be...
I'm trying to figure this out, chat. It's a guy in Texas right now doing like 30 to 45 years for some weed. I think it's like 37 years actually for weed. And then they just let the pastor that pled guilty to graping the 12-year-old out after 6 months. It's a guy doing 37 years for weed. And they just let this man out after 6 months and he pled guilty to graping a 12-year-old.
Fired. You're not throwing rocks at the...
It's crazy, bro. You get more time in America for some substances than you do touching kids. Full on graping kids, bro. You get more time for substances than full on taking a child's innocence. It's fucking crazy to me. I will never get over that, chat. I will never get over that.
Quality of the reporting. You're just accepting you don't know it's all true, but you 100% support it and endorse it. Whereas with the Christoph report, and again, to remind viewers, this is not just any old journalist. He's one of the most experienced...
What's up, Max? What's up, Laker?
...awarded journalists in America. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He didn't lob this up as a piece of opinion. As he says himself, he defended...
Sure, but
What's
the
up,
sources
J-Bo?
he relies
Well, hang on,
on,
let me finish.
The sources he relies on are very different than 1,800 hours of raw footage
Right, but
and
he
photos
himself,
from
okay.
actual dead bodies.
Okay, but he, as he says, I deeply believe the best opinion journalism is based on new reporting. So my columns are rooted in travel and reporting. In this case, I saw a story and pursued it, and because I'm a columnist, it ran in the opinion section.
Then, chat, I've seen like what was that? The police officer that got caught messing with the kids. He ended up getting like house arrest and 30 days in jail. This shit is crazy, chat. The pastor gets off with 6 months. These teachers, what's going on with these teachers? Every day I look up, it's another teacher getting pregnant by a student or banging a student. What's going on with them? This shit is crazy, bro.
It's intriguing to me, and maybe you can shed some light on this, but within minutes, there was this bombardment of people on social media, high profile, Bill Ackman and others piling in to Christoph, denouncing it all as just complete nonsense, fantasy, blood libel, and so on. How could they possibly have known? In the same way that you were open and honest enough to say you don't know if everything in the...
And then it all makes so much sense because it's like, these people are voting against banning children from talking to AI bots about sex, having sexual conversations with AI bots. They're voting against that, like, no, let the children do it. Then we just seen the Oklahoma Republicans, the Democrats tried to ban child marriage. The Republicans were like, I don't know. I don't think we should ban child marriage. I think we should leave that shit how it is. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Mass report is actually correct. Why did you not collectively apply the same view to what Nick...
And then I ask shit like this, chat. I'm like, do these people not have daughters? Do these people not have sons? And then I think about it like, oh, fuck. They're probably banging their kids. They're probably banging their kids, bro. There's a whole daddy-daughter thing that they're probably fucking into. Shit is crazy, bro.
Christoph did, given his background as a award-winning journalist.
Because the Civil Commission was based on evidence. It wasn't compiled by a journalist and it wasn't published in an opinion section. In fact, I would probably have been more likely to believe some of the claims that were made by Christoph if it had been done as a news article. And frankly, I think the New York Times has the resources, they have the time, they have the ability to conduct a thorough investigation about this, and they didn't. And I think that actually does a disservice to any of victims who actually have suffered from sexual harassment or abuse in captivity or otherwise. It's a huge problem journalistically. That said, I'm not denying that.
What's up, Gerald?
But we don't really know. I mean, when you're using sources that are praising Hamas, that have affiliations with Hamas, this is incredible.
We all witnessed an IDF gang rape of a Palestinian hostage in one of these.
You didn't witness that, Anna, because that's not what the footage shows, and that actually has been investigated in the courts.
I watched the video myself.
You interrupted me, as a matter of fact, and what you saw is not what you think you saw.
Chat, I seen that video too. It looked like they was taking turns. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like they was taking turns trying to shield it and shit. I'm not gonna lie. For her to defend this shit, bro, It's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy. I don't know, bro. I wouldn't trust her around no kids either.
This has already been debunked.
The victim. By the way, I just want to be clear that this woman is not a journalist. She's actually a spy who works for the 8200 group within the
By the
IDF.
way, that is legal defamation. I have never worked for the Israeli government in any capacity, and I also have never served in the Israeli army.
You yourself have posted about it on X.
No, I didn't.
I have
Apparently
a screenshot.
you have problems
I have
reading.
a screenshot. I have a screenshot. I have a screenshot. I'll share it immediately
I have a
after this
screenshot too,
interview.
Anna. In fact, I have a screenshot of you defaming me on social media, calling me a traitor to the United States when you have no such evidence.
You are a traitor to the United States.
So maybe stick to the actual conversation here, which is not about my background,
All right,
but about
can we not talk over each other?
People.
All right, don't talk.
Witnessed it.
If you talk over each other,
don't ever
if you
say
talk
that we
over
agree.
each
I'll
other,
never
no one
agree
can
with you.
hear. And let's not get into the tit for tat on who's suing who about what. Let's stick to the story itself.
Can I finish my
the
point?
point you're making is what?
The point I'm making is there was a group of
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. Be sure to hit the like button on your way in. We got to get to 100 likes. I know it's a little light in here right now, but we got to get to 100 likes, man. What's the likes at right now? We had 39 likes, man. We need 5 more likes right quick.
of IDF soldiers who were caught on surveillance footage. This is a video I watched. This is a video that many people have seen themselves. The gang rape happens, okay? The Palestinian man who suffered that sexual abuse had internal injuries that were so bad that he had to be in the hospital for weeks upon weeks, okay? They used objects to rape him anally. I mean, it was one of the most horrific things I've ever witnessed myself. And you know what happened, Pierce, after there was some indication that maybe, just maybe, these IDF soldiers would suffer some punishment for what they did? There were
But that's the thing, though, too. A lot of this shit is semantics over there, man. They don't consider it grape if they're not of a certain if they're not of a certain ethnic group. They don't consider it grape. If they're over or under a certain age, they don't consider it grape. You know, it's a little crazy, man. They have clear definitions and clear rules as to what's fair game and what's not over there, man.
Protests in Israel. There was rage over the notion that they would ever suffer any consequences for what they did. And later, they were made to be television stars. They were brought on interview shows, celebrated. There is a sickness in the society right now that needs to be addressed. If you see anyone being raped like that and you think the rapists should be let off with not even a slap on the wrist, there is something wrong with that society.
Okay, let me bring in some of the other guests. So,
what's up, Dragon?
Welcome to you to Uncensored. You're a former IDF soldier and whistleblower. I believe you spoke to Nick Kristof as part of the reporting he did for his piece. So, give me your view of what he published.
Yeah, so
yeah, it's kind of a situation to where they use semantics like, well, I didn't steal it. I just took it. I didn't steal it. I just took it. It's one of those situations like, oh, it's not grape. It's justified because of X, Y, and Z. That's how this shit's going on, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
I think it's important to move away from this attempt to compare what Nick Kristof did to this commission, right? Nick Kristof is working in an environment where he can't investigate properly because the authorities aren't letting him. So he's doing.
You signed up for the round table of plugs last night? Hey, everybody welcome Tyler to the round table of plugs, man. Tyler, you finna get knighted tonight, man. We got to knight Tyler into the round table of plugs, man. What's going on, Tyler? Welcome in, man. You got some ranking here right now. You got access to 300 past live streams, Tyler. Get you a little roll in the Discord, Tyler. Welcome in, Tyler.
Doing the best he can as a journalist in order to force the authorities to investigate it. That's the whole point here. There have been absolutely no convictions, no serious investigations into any cases of wrongdoing.
Chad, this is how I know I'm getting old, man. My nose hair is starting to fucking grow, bro. And it's like, it's bothering me, bro. Like, it's bothering me that my nose hair is growing.
Not only has no one been imprisoned, but no one's even been removed from their jobs, despite one investigation into a murder and another investigation into a brutal sexual assault. So what Christoph is doing is he's going into an environment where the authorities are in no way willing to cooperate and breaking the lid of silence. And that's not the same as a commission that has the cooperation of the authorities, that has the cooperation of the military that's in control of the area and is able to do that kind of forensic evidence. So, of course, the forensic evidence.
Yeah, it's different laws everywhere. If you notice, that's why all of those celebrities, like you got to understand, the celebrities, they can't go over there. It's not as free in some of those Middle Eastern countries to where the age of consent is lowered. You know, they kind of do that shit privately, probably somewhere. But in Europe, they just go over there and fuck on 16-year-olds, man. That's what's going on. I'm just going to be honest with you. I can't say it any other way other than pure honesty. These people, not only celebrities, not only politicians, I'm talking about your regular Joe Schmoes. They're flying over to Europe so they can legally bang 16-year-olds, man. I'm telling you. We just seen Russell Brand talk about it. Didn't we just see Russell Brand say, yeah, I banged a 16-year-old. I was in Europe. It was legal.
Evidence is much more impressive in that committee. The two are just completely unrelated. Now, what's most striking and amazing about what Christoph did is that he managed to get the survivors of sexual abuse to talk on the record with their faces exposed in some cases in the video, which to me was absolutely incredible, because you have to keep in mind that in Palestinian culture, if you've experienced sexual abuse, that has a stigma of shame that is far, far greater than in Western society. I mean, we have it too in the West, we in Israel, in the United States, but there's no comparison to the Palestinians. And I know that their families are being harmed in their status as a result, but they felt that they needed to speak out despite the incredible damage that this could do.
Chat, be sure to hit the like button on the way in. But yeah, that's why a lot of these people are going to Europe on holiday, and they come back and then they go over there and then they're always talking about moving over there and shit, man. A lot of them, not everybody, Chad, but a lot of them are going over there for that. And then a lot of these places, prostitution is legal. So not only is prostitution legal, the age of consent is lower. So they're over there getting all kind of nasty, bro. They're low down, dirty, bro. Low down and dirty, bro.
Do to them personally. And the fact that Nick managed to get that done is an absolutely incredible piece of
now specifically, Shai,
like, because you got to understand, Chad, there's somebody who would do that, bro. They're still a PDF, bro. They're still a PDF. Just because you went to Europe to do it, nigga, doesn't make you not a PDF, bro. I'm just gonna say it. Like, while you're over there doing when you come back home, you're a PDF. When you go over there, you're a PDF, man. Like, people don't care about being PDFs. They care about going to jail. That's what it's about, Chad. They care about getting caught. They want to do PDF stuff, so they'll go to Europe where they can legally do PDF stuff. And then they come back home and they sit at your dinner table around you and your family. They eat dinner with y'all. They go to the fucking movies and the basketball games. It's your fishing buddy and shit. You know what I'm saying? He's flying over to Europe banging kids, bro. It's what the fuck's going on.
The most contentious allegation that's in Nick Christoph's report is this suggestion that Israeli guards used dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Now, you, I believe, can corroborate that from your own personal work. So tell me about that side of it.
Yeah. So when I first read about dogs being used to sexually assault victims in these prisons, I didn't believe it. Of course, at the time, I didn't believe that Israel was committing many of the crimes that it later turned out that it was. So I talked to guards in Sde Teiman first time in June 2025. And I didn't even ask about that because that didn't seem realistic to me. But then I kept hearing more and more reports of this. And I talked to someone in Gaza who had been in one of these camps, and they told me that this had occurred. So I asked the two guards that I had talked to if that had actually happened. One of them said he'd heard talk about it, hadn't seen it. The other one said that he had seen it. Now, it has to be said that the guard who said that he had seen it wasn't speaking about penetration or anything like that. They were talking about having the detainee be sort of exposed and having the dog sort of seem like it was about to mount him. So a very disturbing, threatening kind of thing. So all this talk about whether there's been penetration
What's up,
or not,
Libertarian?
I don't know if there has been or hasn't been. But this guard saw them using a dog in a sexually threatening way. And the other one, it was just hearsay. When Nick was doing the article, he asked me to put him in contact with them. And one of them immediately said no. The other one chickened out in the last minute. So that's why you don't have any corroboration, unfortunately, from guards. But a lot of people in these prisons, both members of the prison service and IDF officers and people who served on the ground there, one of them was just a reserve officer serving there who usually did combat duty, are completely aware of the use of dogs. And, you know, Christoph said that there's no evidence that there's orders from above to do these sorts of things. But honestly, I would be shocked if they weren't getting orders from their immediate superiors. I don't think any of this is coming from Netanyahu, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't coming from their immediate superiors.
All right, let me bring in. Okay, let me bring in our two other guests now. Rob O'Neill, welcome back to you. Always great to have you on Uncensored. You know, I've got a long memory. I remember in the Iraq War in 2003, the Abu Ghraib scandal, where a lot of Iraqi civilians were being abused by American forces in that case, and it turned out quite a few rogue elements of the British armed forces were doing similar things, and some of them got court-martialed. I was personally involved. I lost my job over it for pictures which were alleged to have been faked, but actually, interestingly, regardless of the veracity of the pictures, the reports that we published alongside them were never denied. So clearly, there has been a history of rogue elements of armed forces, both in the US and other countries, including mine, and guards in prisons, we read about this a lot, abusing detainees in some capacity. So when you've seen these two reports, and let's take the New York Times report first, Rob, what is your view about this? Because a lot of people are like, no, none of this happened. I listen.
Why am I echoing? Yo. Hold on, chat. I gotta fix my damn speaker. Damn. All right, there we go. So damn, I forgot what I was finna say. 30 minutes ago, be talking, can't stand peers. Shit, I forgot what I was saying, chat.
Others are like, I believe every word of it. Where do you sit with it?
Well, like anything else, Piers, and thanks for having me. Like anything else, that's the extremes on each side. It didn't happen or everything happened, and somewhere is the truth in the middle. You're going to see with prisoners and guards, there's always going to be, there was a famous test.
Oh, that's what I was saying, chat. Yeah, earlier I was listening to a sermon earlier, man, and the pastor was just talking about how most of these tech CEOs don't let their they don't have TVs in their house or they don't have anything because it kind of kills creativity. And so I've been, just getting away from my devices and shit for like an hour a day, to try to get in my creative space. But he was just breaking it down about how like the frontal lobe eats at the frontal lobe and just all of the creativity. So when Too Strong said that we have to remember this is psychological warfare, it is a lot of psychological warfare going on too. Not with the propaganda, with these dogs doing what they're doing, with the women being having to do favors to see their children. All of this is psychological warfare, man. All of it.
I should have researched. I didn't know I'd be talking about this, but there were students that were volunteered to be guards, volunteered to be prisoners, and it turned into debauchery after like 12 hours. This happens all the time. I remember when I was
But y'all have to understand too that like even when it comes to these dogs doing this shit and animals and shit, like I don't want to sound harsh, but like this is some people's culture. I'm not gonna put it on a specific group of people, but y'all know what the fuck I mean, bro. Bestiality is going on. Bestiality has been going on. people get caught every single year and go to jail for it right here in America. So when we talking about these dogs doing this shit and being trained, how do they train a dog to do that? How do they know how to train a dog to do that? They been doing this shit. It's been going on. This shit been going on. We can go all the way back to the damn statues and these ancient mythology cultures when they was putting damn bird heads and half man, half horse and shit, man. They was fucking them animals then. They were fucking the shit out them animals then. And getting fucked by them animals. Man, bestiality is nothing new.
In high school, with the first time, well, when Saddam invaded Kuwait, and there were stories of mass rape and all this stuff that turned out to be true or untrue or whatever. It's always happened. I mean, I'm not saying it's always happened. There's always stories of this. Now we're at a place where, well, yeah, I saw a video of it. Well, there's deep fakes everywhere. Everything you hear, most of it's not true. Everyone's got an agenda. They're all doing stuff. I mean, I was happy at first. Emily and Anna were on. We all agreed rape is bad. I'm like, wow, this is going to be a great Wednesday. We all agree rape is bad. Then you get the human element involved, and you don't know what's happening. You don't know what's true. I mean, okay, we saw it on TV.
Nah, bro. I'm not. See, this is like, a lot of times, Chad, I get the, I say shit and I know it's, clippable and entertainment with it, but I'm dead ass serious. Like, this ain't no fucking game, bro. I listened to that girl that was with Academics, bro. She said Academics is the only man she done slept with. She fucked him and she fucked like however many dogs. She was banging dogs and shit before she got with him. Like, it's people out here like that, bro. Like, I'm sure on the dark webs, there's fucking corn sections about this shit, man. Like, this is a thing, bro. This is a thing, bro.
Yeah, I saw a tape. Yeah. Well, I also saw weird footage. I wasn't there when they landed on the moon, but somehow it panned up as the thing took off. I saw it on TV. It must be true. The Exorcist, the movie, scared the shit out of me because I saw it on TV. It must be true. Got to take a wrap off and realize not everything's true and everyone does have an agenda.
In a way, Rob, I think everything you just said, I completely agree with. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get to the truth because AI in particular is so sophisticated and will get more so that the fakes are just everywhere. And it's very, very hard to sort the wheat from the chaff. But that's why, actually, I put an even higher premium on journalists like Nick Kristof, who I personally have known a long time, who has won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. If we can't...
Bro, y'all haven't seen that video of those people, I don't know if they were from the Middle East or something. They were Eastern civilization. It wasn't in the West. But they had them damn... What was they? Was it the, what's them damn animals, Chad? Not the goats. What we talk about them on Money Way channel, man. What's them animals we talk about on Money channel, bro? They like little goats or llamas but they little, man, and they got real fat asses. And they was on that video slapping them asses, bro. Them Eastern people was like shaking the animal ass, like trying to show people how fat the ass is on the animal, bro. They fucking them animals, bro. Yeah, it was an ostrich, but this one I'm talking about ain't no ostrich. It was them ostriches. They fucking them ostriches too, and them horses. But this wasn't no ostrich. This was some kind of other animal, bro. He was shaking the damn animal ass and shit, slapping it. I'm like, bro, it ain't no way they over here doing that.
Believe the reporting of somebody as good as him and as experienced as him, particularly in the area of sexual violence. And I'll read the statement from the New York Times after all the furore yesterday. They said there's no truth at all to any retraction being published. Nicholas Kristof is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who's reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters, documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse, and his article collects accounts in the victims' own words, backed by independent studies. You know, he's not a fly-by-night guy. He's not a guy with a litany of big mistakes or fake news or any of these things. And I just think we've got to somehow separate the reporting and journalism of people like Nick Kristof from the kind of stuff you've just been talking about.
Well, I'm assuming you heard of Seymour Hersh.
Yeah.
Right? He won a couple Pulitzers, didn't he? I think so, but he wrote I was there for the bin Laden raid. He wrote a horrible article about how we were cutting up his body and throwing it over the Hindu Kush. 100% bullshit. But hey, it's Seymour Hersh. He wrote a great article in the 60s. He's full of shit. That's it. I mean, guys can lie. Just because they have awards given to them by other guys who write bullshit doesn't mean they were there.
Do you know why? Do you know why I like having you on? The reason I like having you on Uncensored.
Should they have cut Bin Laden up, chat? Should they have went on cut Bin Laden up and threw his ass back over there?
It's because you are the epitome of uncensored, Rob O'Neill. You always say exactly what you're thinking, and I appreciate the candor.
Well, I'm trying to tell the truth as I know it, is all I'm trying to do. Seriously, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I just think that's the truth.
You're making a valid point based on your own personal experience. So I completely understand the passion that you're making it. And I actually meant what I just said as a compliment.
Oh no, I know. I'm good.
Let me bring in Doran Kemple, former Special Forces commander in the IDF. Doran, what is your view of this? I mean, look. My view of the IDF generally since October the 7th is they've obviously been waging an incredibly difficult war against Hamas. They've obviously had a lot of losses on their side. They've inflicted a lot of losses on the other side, including many civilians. That's been very contentious. It's led to all sorts of global debate about whether the proportionality of Israel's response has been correct or not. We've debated that on this show many, many, many times. But there have been a few things that have popped up which have, to my mind, questioned the constant refrain that the IDF is the most moral army in the world. One very recently of the IDF soldier desecrating a statue of Jesus Christ, for example. That's not the actions of the most moral army in the world. Now, I accept there are rogue elements of any army. Okay, so I'm not pretending for a moment they're not. But I think when you make a claim like that, it can...
Also suspended. In addition to that, we also had condemnation from right to left, from the very top of the government with the president and the prime minister himself, all the way to community leaders.
Okay, but Emily, but my response to that would be, yes, you're right, because there was widespread condemnation all around the world, and because I think the Israeli government panicked and realised how bad it looked, particularly with Christians in America, who are their biggest paymasters and supporters. But then it begs the question, if they can respond that quickly and with such clarity and authority and decisiveness and take disciplinary action, why couldn't they do the same when you had people being killed wrongly in Gaza, as happened multiple times, including, in my estimation, a number of journalists who were just doing their job. Over 200 journalists were killed in that war. And you know,
well,
I'm afraid...
obviously, you know I'm going to dispute you on that figure, but...
Well, no, it's not disputable. The only dispute is whether any of them...
Because many of these journalists were not journalists, Pierce.
It's not disputed that...
You're not a journalist. You are not a journalist, okay? You, born and raised in LA...
I hear a lot of background noise.
Now you're
I hear a lot of background noise, and I would like to get back to the question that you were asking, Pierce.
For a genocidal regime in the Middle East. That's what you are. You're a propagandist for a genocidal regime in the Middle East. Talking about...
Can we get back to the actual topic of this debate, please?
No, we're focusing on the topic of the debate.
Can we get back to the topic of this debate?
You're justifying the slaughter of actual journalists.
I'm here to speak about what's actually happening on the ground,
okay, look, I'm making... Let me... Hang on.
As a propagandist for Israel.
Anna,
That's what you are. You're a propagandist.
Anna, you can respond in a moment, but I'm making the point, which I think is a valid one, which is why is it the IDF and the Israeli government could respond so quickly to the desecration of a statue of Jesus, but cannot respond with anything like the same speed to the killing of journalists, many of whom were genuine journalists doing their job.
Probably Rob and Doron can answer this even better than me, but I think the most distinct and obvious difference is that one occurs in the fog of war, and it takes time to be able to determine who was where, when, what footage is there, what information is there available, versus a photo where you can clearly see who it was and what happened, and they evaluated that fairly quickly. Now, that said, I agree with you. I think there needs to be more transparency, and there also needs to be more speedy answers to a lot of these things. We're on the same page on this. I'm not disputing you at all on that front.
And on the question of the 9,000 or so Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, why is it that so many have not had a free and fair trial yet?
Good question.
Under administrative detention, Israel does reserve the right in order to preemptively arrest people up to 6 months with court permission, and that is what's happened. All of those 9,000 are not under administrative detention, but we know that after October 7th, there were thousands of arrests in order to determine who was a part of what happened. In fact, I would go even further than that and point out that a lot of the Palestinians who were arrested, we didn't know because we didn't know on October 7th who had entered Israel. There were people they found many months later that were involved in the October 7th massacres who had been hiding inside of Israel. So there is an over-response to what happened in order to get control of the situation. That's not really unique to Israel. That's something we see a lot of times in war.
Let me bring in Rob O'Neill back on that one, because, of course, you know, anyone who's watched the great, you know, Zero Dark 30 about your incredible raid, which is a brilliant movie, but, of course, it shows...
Great movie.
Yeah, and it shows a lot of the detention scenes are pretty harrowing, and you see people being held at Guantanamo Bay and being, you know, effectively tortured for information. And the thread in the movie shows that ultimately,
Chat, hit the like button.
Information that was elicited that way leads to identification of a compound and so on. So you can see a thread through that movie and that narrative that, in a way, means justifying the ends. But of course, the argument against it is, particularly when Barack Obama himself being a lawyer, is that if you're fighting to defend democracy, including the rule of law, then is it right that you should hold people in detention for sometimes, in Guantanamo Bay's case, there were people there for 12 years or more without ever being brought to trial. I had a real problem with that. It's like, if we're fighting for freedom and democracy, we should be fighting for the rule of law, and it should be the rule of law. It shouldn't just be, well, we're going to ride roughshod over that when it suits us. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a journalist either. I'm fortunate, though, over 400 combat missions, I was what we call the battlefield interrogator until we softened it to tactical questioner, which means after we take down a house, after we killed people and there's people still alive, I'm the one that gets to interrogate them. So I get to talk to them face to face. And I'm going to tell you, from the time I had, from the first time I did that in Iraq to the last time I did it, probably in Afghanistan or Pakistan, I learned along the way, torture does not work at all. So you will get to a point where you hurt someone so bad, they're going to tell you what you want to hear. So what works is just catching them in lies. And the easiest way to catch them in a lie is ask them a question that you know the truth to. Whose house is this? Who are the men of the house? What are their names? If there's 5 guys you ask that, 3 guys have the same answer, guess what? They're not the bad guys. And I mean, look, I've been in places before after a gunfight questioning someone and I have to smack this taste out of their mouth. That's fine. But the torture stuff, I was never into that. I never saw it. None of my guys wanted to do that. I like to say we're the good guys. But again, unfortunately for me, no one on the battlefield thinks they're the bad guy. I'm just telling you right now, if you can catch them in lies, that's good. You're going to get a lot further with rapport than torture. Anyone that tortures is wrong, and it's not up to me to judge whether or not you cut down a picture of Jesus. Someone else will do that eventually. So I'm just saying what's right or wrong there. It is bad on the battlefield, but it's also really bad on what gets reported because not everything is the truth. What I found, it's a hard truth, and anyone who's listening who's never been to combat, I'm going to tell you, everyone in a war zone, about 99% are not combatants. Not everyone's fighting. The ones who are bad. You try to get the truth. You try to get the targets however you can. But I'm going to say, if anyone's a young soldier right now, I'll save you about 17 years of experience. Torture doesn't work. Try another way.
See, that's a really fascinating and honest answer. And on the particular point that I made, which triggered that amazing response, by the way,
Thank you.
Holding people in detention, whether it's in Guantanamo Bay, whether it's in Israeli jails, for years at a time without giving them a trial, it seems to me the antithesis, really.
But that's the thing, like Pierce is from across the pond. Look at YNW Melly. YNW Melly went to trial, had a hung jury, and he still hasn't had a bond. YNW Melly has been in the damn county jail for 7 years. 7 years he's been in the county jail.
Of what a free democracy should be doing. It should be setting the moral and legal code for, especially if you're going to, take a morally superior view of the way you run your country. We hear all the time, Israel says we're the only democracy in the region. Okay, well then behave like one. Having all these people in prison without ever giving them a trial seems to me that's not democracy. But what do you think?
Well, no, I mean, you're going to be, if you keep someone, especially if it's unlawful, if you just thought there's something, you can lock them up, you're going to make a bad guy. And again, both sides of it. I thought one thing, now I think another, because they've locked me up for a decade. I don't like them. I wish I had all the answers, because this would be a much shorter show. I don't. And I'm still trying. I just turned 50, thank God.
Listen, chat. We're talking about staying in jail. YNW Melly has been in jail since February 13, 2019, totaling over 7 years as of 2026. 2 counts of first-degree murder related to friend's death. He remained in Broward County Jail in Florida without being granted a bond, making him one of the longest detained rap artists in the U.S. awaiting trial. His first murder trial began in June 2023, but ended in a mistrial in July 2023 after the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. A retrial is scheduled for January 2027. That's if they don't push it back again. So he's been in jail 7 years, had a mistrial, and they still won't give him bond. Crazy.
God, I can learn for hopefully another 50. But it's like, I mean, and people throw democracy around like it's anything else. Like if you say, hey, I don't want my borders open, let 20 million people in. Well, if I don't do that, I'm against the Constitution. It's like we're losing a lot of definitions because we're bringing too many lawyers and politicians into it. It's a lot of stuff in life I think is simpler. We love to make it complicated. I mean, I'm going to refer back to the beginning of the segment. I'm glad this entire panel is in agreement that rape is bad.
Yeah. Anna,
I think we really need to look at the comparison of what we're talking about here. On the one hand, people who commit crimes in Israeli jails, it's fog of war. We can't.
And then what's crazy is, Chad, he's in the county. With that much time on your hands, you better off going to prison. Honestly, the food is cheaper in prison. The calls, everything is cheaper in prison. Like, he's in the county for 7 years, Chad. In prison, you get a soup for like 30 cents, maybe 30 something cents, man. In the county jail, soups are $1, bro. So you paying 3 times as much for food in the county. This shit is crazy, bro.
And arrest, there's no way of knowing. And then in Gaza, you have this massive net where you arrest every single man you see, lock them up, torture them.
What's up,
kill
Malcolm?
them, and then see what happens later. All of a sudden, the fog of war doesn't matter. You have the widest net possible. And when it's Israelis committing these crimes, no one gets arrested, no one gets investigated. It's fog of war. What can you do? But with Gaza, you can bring everyone in. It just shows you that Jews are not held accountable in Israel and Palestinians are held accountable, whether they committed crimes or not. Every Palestinian is seen as an
well, also
enemy.
on that
And
point,
that's why all these journalists are
well,
being
on
killed
that
too.
point, and Anna, I will come to you in one moment. But on that point, Emily, for example, the thing that precipitated Ben Gvir getting his cake from his wife with the noose on it.
What's up,
was the
Sleepy?
scene from the Knesset of him.
Yeah, Chad, it is like that. But you got to think. Let's say that he got charged with the murder, right? And let's say it wasn't life or death because he was facing the death penalty. Let's say he was facing like 40 years, right? Let's say he was facing 40 years on a Y. So 40 years on a Y, he going to do 70%. So he going to do 14. He going to do 14 off of that 20. So he going to end up doing, what's that, 28 off of 40. That's before he's eligible for parole, right? That's if it's on a 70%. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I got some partners right now, Chad, that got 90 years. I got a little partner right now, Chad. He's probably 4 years younger than me. He got 90 right now. He went to trial and lost. They gave that man 90. I got another little partner. He signed for 40 years. He saw his cousin get 90. So he just signed for 40. Like, just give me the 40, man. I can't do 90.
Celebrating wildly with champagne after winning a new policy going through in the Knesset to have a 2-tier system of death penalty policy now, where if you're a Palestinian that the Israelis deem to be a terrorist, then you can be executed. But the same law doesn't apply to Israelis who may commit an act of terrorism. And, you know, this is a country where you've had prime ministers killed by right-wing Israeli terrorists. Okay, so it's not like it doesn't happen. So what do you say to that? Are you comfortable with a 2-tier legal system?
Oh, Chad, and when I'm telling y'all he got 90 years, Chad, he got 90 years and he wasn't the shooter. He got 90 years and didn't even shoot no gun. He was around, well, he already in jail now, but he didn't even shoot no gun and got 90 years. Crazy.
About things like the death penalty?
I am not a supporter of this law. In principle, I don't have a problem with the death penalty being applied. However, I do want to clarify, just for the viewers, that the law that was passed, the one that we saw Ben Gvir celebrating, is less about being two-tier. What it states isn't that anyone who's a terrorist can qualify for the death penalty. It's that anyone who is convicted of murdering people, so it has to be a capital offense, and it also has to be of a nationalistic nature. That's what it's classified as. Now, how that affects Palestinians differently is because Palestinians are prosecuted in military courts. So it operates through a different system because they are an active combatant. They're considered an active enemy entity to the state of Israel. I do have a problem with the application of it, but all of that being said, it's not going to stand. It's going to get struck down or at least modified by the courts, and frankly, it should. I think we need to be very smart about how we deal with such situations. We don't want to see people like Yahya Sinwar spending time in Israeli prison being treated by Israeli doctors for...
Right. Didn't they find some soldiers in Morocco that were missing? Did they rescue those soldiers or had they passed away? Didn't they say something about some soldiers was in Morocco, chat? I haven't read up too much on that. Does anybody know? You said who was Chud the Builder? We already talked about Chud. We'll talk about him a little bit later.
Brain cancer, and then being released and planning things like October 7th. We need to be intelligent about how we're dealing with murderers with blood on their hands, and I don't believe that this law was the best way to do it, but I do think that we do need to revise how we review some of these cases.
All right, Anna, your response.
I mean, obviously, it is a two-tier justice system when one group of people, and I want to note, Emily Schrader didn't say Hamas. She said Palestinians are seen as enemy combatants. But yeah, the application of this law
with
is
capital
obviously
offenses?
meant to,
If you murder someone, you are a terrorist.
Including Jewish Israelis? You think they should, if Jewish Israelis carry out murder, you think they should be, okay, all right, as long as you're applying it fairly and equally.
Attack, absolutely.
Or as long as you're applying it equally and fairly. But okay, so can I finish my point without Emily and her screeching voice interrupting me constantly? Let me just finish my point, okay? The issue is the fact that Palestinians are tried in a military prison, or I'm sorry, military courts, as opposed to, Jewish Israelis. I mean, this law is an extension of the apartheid system that Israel has been operating under for decades now. That is the problem. This law is yet another symptom of that deeper foundational problem within Israeli society. Israelis would like us to believe that they're the only democracy in the Middle East.
Plugs, I need y'all to hit the like button, man. I need everybody to double tap the screen, shut a live out. I know we're still shadow banned, but if everybody hits the like button, we'll push through that threshold, man, and we'll get out this shadow ban.
That it's a wonderful utopia that Americans would love. It's very much in line with the Western world. It is not in line with the Western world. It is very important for the American people to understand that our special ally operates in ways that we would find absolutely horrendous. We would consider it treachery. And the idea that we continue to fund that government, fund that military, despite all of the atrocities that have been committed in Gaza, in the West Bank, now in Lebanon, also in Iran. By the way, quickly going back to your point about we don't know who bombed the school in Manab, we do know. Sadly, it was the United States because we're the only ones who have Tomahawk missiles, and Tomahawk missiles were used to bomb that school. And it wasn't simply one strike. It wasn't two strikes. It was 4 strikes.
Didn't they already admit to that before Congress? Didn't they admit that it was Americans that hit that school before Congress? They said it was they got wrong information, and everybody was like, well, who gave you the information, right? Malcolm, I was talking with Moneyway about Iceman. I think he's gonna do a live. I told him that I think Iceman was gonna, I asked him, I was like, man, I think Iceman might shake Rap back. And he was like, man, Drake's done, bro. Drake's done. It's over with. And I was like, are you sure? He was like, man, he's done. So if you saying Iceman is over with, man, I haven't listened to it. I said I wasn't gonna listen to it. I was just gonna see the reaction. But if you saying it's done, it might be done, bro. It might be done.
Okay, so that was a horrific situation, and I hate the fact that we as Americans have blood on our hands for carrying out that atrocity. But atrocities happen. It's one thing to realize you've committed an atrocity. use actual punishment to prevent
What's
it
up,
from
Bree?
happening again. But that's not what's happening here. It's certainly not happening in Israel. It's not happening with our government, certainly under the leadership of Donald Trump. I mean, the guy thinks that we're winning the war in Iran. He keeps telling us that he's decimated their military. We just got New York Times reporting yesterday saying that Iran was able to access most of their...
Yeah, Fabian, that Pegasus hack is scary. They say the only thing that can save you from the Pegasus hack basically is having like a Google phone. If you have an iPhone, you don't even have to open the message. Soon as they send the message to you, they got your phone. Soon as they send the message to your phone, they got you. You don't got to open it. You don't got to reply. You don't got to click a link. If you got an iPhone, allegedly, that Pegasus hack is over with.
Mobile, missile launchers along the Strait of Hormuz. 70% of their missiles are still intact. It's lie after lie after lie, Pierce. And we have to be honest about what's actually happening right now, or we're going to keep compounding the same mistakes
well, I think in
over and over again.
In a way, this plays back to what Rob O'Neill said, which is there's a lot of lying goes on in wars.
Yeah, Iran's out of the fight. Their entire navy's on the bottom of the ocean. Jesus.
But isn't the truth? But Rob, isn't the truth?
But it's not.
But Rob, isn't the truth?
You're right.
Isn't the truth about the Iran war, Rob, that what the Iranians have discovered is they can get pounded militarily, but as long as they can control the Strait of Hormuz in the way they have done,
Pierce,
as long as they can fire off rockets,
and that's pressure on the Chinese, Pierce. There's logic to all of that. There are so many points here.
Okay, well, Doran, let me come to you in a moment. I just want Rob to. I mean, it's
no. I'm just saying, with all due respect, Anna just said the New York Times says, yeah, okay. I didn't know Baghdad Bob from the first war, and I
also seen a guy used Claude today, and I might fucking try that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I might have to try it. But a guy used Claude today to go through his old computer, and he got through his old computer and used Claude to run all the backup codes from back in 2019 when he was in college and bought Bitcoin. And Claude helped him recover his seed phrase from 2019 from old emails and backup codes and shit, bro. And he found 5 Bitcoin on that wallet, bro. I got some cryptos. I've lost crypto, chat. I remember when I was in the county, chat. I was in the county. I was working in the kitchen. I'll never forget it. I was working in the kitchen, and my cousin, my partner, and my cousin, he like, look, man, we grew up together, so we call each other cousins, but he's not really my cousin. The one that got 90 years, right, chat, he was in the county when I was in the county. So I'm in the kitchen. He comes in the kitchen. He like, plug, they just shot your boy in the face. I'm like, who? He like, they just shot Cheddar in the face. I'm like, wow. The whole time, chat, I'm so messed up because this is my partner. Like, this is my actual partner, you know. Even when we wasn't talking, it was still like, shit, I had a certain amount of love for him. Like, this is my partner. We went through some shit. He lived with me for a time. And he had my laptop, chat. And on that laptop, I had a bunch of fucking, I ain't gonna say what kind of crypto. I had some crypto on that laptop, but this is back before they had the ledgers. This is before the Ledger Nano S and the ledgers were a thing, and the treasures. It was before all of that shit. This is when I was saving it to the computer. I had my wallet. My wallet was saved to the computer. Only that computer had it. And shit, when he died, I was locked up. I didn't get out till like 4 months later. And his mom had made a post, and she was like, anybody that has anything at my house or over here, y'all need to come get it. So somebody went over there and got my fucking laptop, and they don't know it has my crypto on it. And I'm mad about it. Somebody got my shit, and they don't even know what they got on there.
Iraq had a job again. The Americans are committing suicide by the thousands. Their Navy sunk. Their Army doesn't matter. They've been physically destroyed. It's a matter of you and the media waiting it out with them.
It's probably in a pawn shop somewhere, honestly, Chad. It's probably somewhere in a pawn shop.
Then why haven't we opened the Strait of Hormuz? If their military's been decimated, why haven't we militarily opened the Strait of
across the
Hormuz?
Holy Land in Saudi Arabia, and then Iran and Straits of Hormuz are going to be obsolete. That's why we're giving them a chance. Do you want to still be in Iran? If not, fine, beat it.
I think the problem with giving them a chance is that Donald Trump has constantly set new times.
Yeah, Chad, it's some chicken too, because this laptop, see, I went to jail 2019. So this laptop has crypto from shit. I started accumulating probably, I mean, I was spending a lot of crypto too, because, you know, I was in that life. But as far as what I was accumulating, that was like probably 2 years of accumulation, bro. That was like 2 years of accumulation.
Timelines for this. It was going to be over in 2 or 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Then it was 8 weeks. And I think the problem is, if I was advising President Trump, it would be like maybe less is more in the constant announcements about all this.
I didn't want to start a war in Iran. I'm just saying Iran is not in this militarily. They're decimated. They don't even have leadership. Some of these guys are just despots because they have some missiles or launch them because they want to die because they believe in their version of heaven. Get your head in it. They've lost. It's a matter of the media holding out than us being weak again. That's it.
Suicide bombings are
Here's
carried out by Sunni
perspective on
Muslims,
Iran, if I may.
Muslims, not Shia Muslims. Sunni Muslims do the suicide bombings.
Let me bring Doran in. Doran, do you want to comment on that?
Just on the point of Iran, the tactical goal has been to eradicate their military. That happened very quickly. The strategic goal is to get the Iranians who work for the Chinese and the Russians to collaborate with us. That calls regime change or having some friendly general lead the uprising. I believe that this is still being pursued. As I said earlier, the Mossad and the CIA are not on vacation right now, and we have already demonstrated.
I told y'all, I said Chapcat. Cash App got me for almost 2 whole Bitcoin, bro. 2019. Cash App smoked my Bitcoin. It was 2018 going into 2019. Y'all remember Bitcoin was still in this gray area. They didn't actually recognized Bitcoin until 2019 is when they were like, okay, we're going to fully accept it. So during that fucking gray area chat, I was wide fucking open, bro. Like I was living life, man. It got to the point to where I was going straight from Cash App to whatever the fuck I needed to do. And they smoked my Cash App. And I had damn near 2 whole Bitcoin on that bitch. And I remember like it was yesterday. I remember the day Bitcoin hit 3,300. I remember the fucking day Bitcoin hit 3,300, man. I had damn near 2 whole coins on there and like $400. They sent my $400 to the state, and I ended up getting my $400 back, but they did not give me my fucking Bitcoin. Swear to God.
By the way, I'm a U.S. citizen, just to be clear when I say we've already demonstrated that we can take any piece off the chessboard when we choose, which means that if we're okay with the people that we're negotiating with, we probably decided that these are the people we want to speak with. With regard to the Straits of Hormuz, that's a strategic choke point relative to the bigger chess game, which is China, U.S. President Trump is on his way to speak with Xi. When the oil that typically China gets from the Gulf is not coming there. 50% of the oil that goes to China comes from the Gulf. So I think that we're comfortable as Americans with that particular leverage points that we have over China. There's no other way to interpret why President Trump is okay with it.
Nah, 2 whole coins not $1 million today. 2 whole coins, Bitcoin's still under 100K, ain't it? Yeah, Bitcoin's still under 100, so 2 whole coins would be shit, fucking probably like 150,000. It's like 150,000 for sure. Top of the market would have been like damn near like what, $230. Top of the market like 230. Like that's just what Cash App took, Chad. To remind you, I still got a whole laptop out here somewhere with 2 years of accumulation.
This futile negotiation because there's no rush until he completes the negotiation with Xi.
You lost $1 million. Fuck. Damn, I don't even feel bad no more. You lost $1 million. I probably lost like fucking 300 bands. Shit. We fucked up right now, bro. We in the same boat. Not really, because you lost $1 million.
Accomplished the tactical objective of eradicating their military in 1 week.
Yeah, look, I don't agree necessarily with all your characterization of the current state of what's happening there, but I totally agree that what is happening right now in
Hit the like button, chat.
Tomorrow morning, actually, I think they're all asleep now. But tomorrow morning, when they have their first meeting.
What's up, Pug Station?
If some of the reports are right.
All right, chat. You said that 8K would have been worth $1 million today. You said you bought 10 coins for $100, sold at 36K each. See, I wasn't in Bitcoin when it was $100, but I was in when it was 300. It was like between like 360 and 380. I was in there, bro. Like listen, chat. There wasn't even Bitcoin ATMs in Arkansas. The first ever Bitcoin ATM I went to, I'll tell y'all where it was at. It was in like a little fucking bar bar area thing in Austin, Texas. That was the first Bitcoin ATM I had ever seen. Arkansas didn't even have them yet, chat. I used to have to go to Dollar General and buy a vanilla Visa. I used to have to buy the vanilla Visa, load the vanilla Visa to Paxful, trade the vanilla Visa for Bitcoin on Paxful, send it from Paxful to Changely so I can diversify into whatever I wanted. That's when I was in the game. It was like, this is before Cash App was letting you buy it. This was before there was Bitcoin ATMs. This was the fucking nitty gritty. This was the nitty gritty. You had to go get that vanilla Visa, dude. I mean, meeting people at the fucking lobby and hotels and shit, buying Bitcoin. Like, them was the good old days. Shit. I missed
President Trump is thinking of offering a gigantic trade deal to China to build factories in the United States for Americans to have product. It will be a very contentious thing with his base. It will be very contentious with the conservative right in America. But if it takes that for this Iran war to be resolved, to give him enough time to maybe repair the damage in time for the midterm elections, he may well take that deal. So I think there could be some massive announcements coming out of Beijing, and it could precipitate the end of the war, which I suspect everybody would like to happen sooner rather than later. We've run out of time, but thank you all very much indeed. A very interesting debate, and I really appreciate all of you coming on. Thank you. Well, legions of fanatical followers are not something normally associated with CEOs, but rebel entrepreneur Ryan Cohen is no ordinary suit. Cohen is the boss of GameStop, the once ailing bricks and mortar video game store, which became a $10
Yeah, I was familiar with Bitcoin like right around when it first dropped. I remember the excitement around it. Like, I knew about Bitcoin when it was under 100, like for sure, but I didn't know how to go about buying it and all of that shit. When I figured out how to go about buying it and shit, it was like between $300 and $400.
billion business as the original meme stock. He made global headlines this month by launching an audacious $55 billion bid for eBay, and his first interview since that bid was emphatically rejected. Well, he now joins me. Well, welcome, Ryan Cohen, to Uncensored.
Nice to see you.
So you pulled off this extraordinary move where you made this
What's up, Marvin?
bid for eBay, one of the biggest tech firms in the world. You tried to buy it, and people immediately said, well, where's the money going to come from? And I want to play a clip from an interview you did with CNBC that went a bit viral when you seemed to struggle to give the answer. Maybe we can get some clarity. Let's take a look.
I'm just trying to understand where the rest of the money would come from. It's half cash, half stock. I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the price that you're offering.
So, Ryan, that's a pretty straightforward question. I don't get it. Like, where's the rest of the money coming from?
Shit, he answered you. He just said, shit, half cash, half stock. You know the fucking price, don't you? Now get the fuck out of my business, man. Half cash, half stock. Do they want to let this shit go or not? That's what I would have told them. See, that's why they don't want to have me on these mainstream media platforms. I would have told them straight up, get the fuck out of my business, lady. Not say it was half cash and half stock. Don't we know the purchase price? Bitch. Excuse my language, Chad.
Andrew laid it out pretty clearly.
I don't understand your question. We're offering half cash, half stock, and we have the ability to issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details of the offer are on our website.
So they seemed a bit baffled, to be honest, Ryan, as did some other people. So Michael Burry, famous, of course, for the depiction of him and his shorting in The Big Short after the 2008 global financial crisis, he sold his entire position in your company, GameStop, immediately after that interview. He said, never confuse debt for creativity. He called the potential deal a road to capitalist hell. So look, you've got the opportunity now, in a very uncensored environment, to clarify things. First of all, were you surprised by the reaction to...
Man, I promise you, I'd just tell him straight up, I got the chicken, bro. I got the chicken. Is it your deal? Pierce, is it your deal? CNN, is it your deal? Are you eBay? Are you representing eBay? Are you eBay's lawyers, man? Cause I know you not mine, man. Tell all my business, man. I just told you all of my half stock, half cash, man. Having on my way with this shit, man. I got some investors, man. Is that what you want to hear? You want to hear this is some collaborative shit? Okay, it's some collaborative shit, and you not in it. Straight up, get out my business, man.
To your CNBC interview, and not least Michael Burry immediately selling his entire position.
I was surprised by their lack of understanding.
I'll open the phone lines after this episode, man. But look, when I open the phone lines up, we got to keep this shit to 5 minutes because I ain't open the phone lines up long. So I'm open them up for about 5 minutes a call. We'll take a couple calls, get back into the show.
Of the structure, because it's very simple. It's half cash, it's half stock. We have the ability to issue stock. Essentially, the eBay shareholders are going to continue owning eBay, except it's going to be run by an owner-operator as opposed to an entrenched management team that has zero invested and zero skin in the game. And the other half of the structure, we've got $9 billion of cash on our balance sheet, and our bankers have advised us that they feel confident in our ability to raise $20 billion. So it's a straightforward deal, but you know, it was too complicated for them on CNBC.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know those guys at CNBC. They're extremely smart, particularly when it comes to business. They seem completely baffled and didn't think your maths added up. You make it sound very simple. Why are they so bemused?
I don't know. Maybe they spent too much time in college or something. I have zero idea.
Michael Burry is no fool. I'm sure you'd agree with that. He was the guy that predicted the crash in 2008. They made a movie about him. Is he completely wrong as well? Why is he just bailed out completely following that interview?
You'd have to ask him. I can't speak for him. There's going to be leverage.
Man, that's what he finna do, man. This nigga finna try to grab eBay, man, and he's finna try to convert these fucking fulfillment centers or whatever the hell it is into AI, man. Gonna shoot into data centers, man. Gonna shoot that shit to the moon, man. Gonna shoot eBay stock to the fucking moon, man. The day he gets his hands on that bitch, he's gonna say, hey, look, y'all see these warehouses? All that shit's fucking over with, man. That shit's over with, man. Gas high as a motherfucker. Logistics, the math's just not mathing, man. Look, by the time we get ready to put this shit back on the road, we'll have AI trucks, man. We'll be getting 15 cents a mile. So for right now, we finna turn these fulfillment centers and shit, these warehouses and shit, into AI data centers. Make the shareholders happy. Run the fucking stock up to the moon, man. Justified. It's all good. Watch, man.
More leverage than he likely anticipated, but I don't want to run a leveraged business, and I feel very good about our prospects to cut $2 billion of costs out of the business, and likely a lot more.
Cut $2 billion worth of cost. How? It's some shit finna get to shutting down, man, and some new shit it's finna be a bunch of wires and cords and damn routers and refrigerator like boxes in that damn warehouse, man. He talking about cutting $2 billion. They finna gut that shit and have wires and fucking rods running all through it, man. No, they're not gonna need any employees other than the damn technicians, man. The parking lot's gonna be empty. Right now, it's probably like 100 people, 200 people pulling up to that eBay park. All that shit's gone. It's going to be 10 cars outside, about 10 niggas running through there, tugging on wires and shit. And it's over with. $2 billion gone. Shareholders happy. Stock shoots to the moon. More energy.
More than that. So, but I can't speak for Michael.
I mean, look, you're obviously extremely smart business guy. You've made billions doing what you do, and we'll come to some of the things you've done. So I'm not putting myself on your level at all here. But the CNBC people aren't stupid, nor is Michael Burry, and the general reaction has been one of severe doubt that you can finance this deal in the way that you are making sound so simple. What do you say to everyone who doesn't think this adds up?
Well, first of all, in terms of skepticism, there's always been a lot of skepticism around.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He's buying eBay. Consumer spending is down anyway. Motherfuckers ain't really on me. People was buying shit after the pandemic. Money was plentiful. Now it's the tightening, man. It's the tightening. We got inflation at 3.8%. Gas is at $4. Motherfuckers ain't on eBay right now. They finna turn that shit to data centers, bro. To data centers, man. I'm telling you, chat, every company that says that there's pivoting into AI, stock shoots up like anywhere between 11 and 20% on the day. It's shoe companies. Oh, we're done making shoes. We're doing AI. Stock. Everybody. Oh, we make windows. We make energy efficient windows, but we're going to transition into AI. Shit's crazy, bro. You think eBay is not on that wave?
GameStop. It's a business that was highly shorted, and everyone was betting against it. And it should have gone bankrupt many times over, and it didn't, and now it's highly profitable. Chewy, there was a lot of skepticism going head-to-head against Pets.com and then competing against Amazon. In this case, it's less about the actual financing, and it's more about dealing with an entrenched board and management team that ultimately, if this transaction goes through, they rejected it, and overall, they were right. It's not attractive to them, because if this deal goes through, the board that made $4 million in director fees last year is kaput, and they're gone. And the management team that's making hundreds of millions of dollars in risk-free compensation and the CEO has never invested $1 of his own money since being CEO. So that's the problem. The problem is we need to deal with the owners of the business as opposed to a management team and board that has perverse financial incentives, and they're just employees. It's a paycheck. They're not the owners.
The eBay response from their chairman, Paul Pressler, in a letter to you was, "We have concluded that your proposal is neither credible nor attractive." And they laid out 6 factors affecting their decision. 1, eBay's standalone prospects. They said eBay will do better going it alone. 2, the uncertainty regarding your financing proposal. In other words, they don't think you have enough money via GameStop. The impact of your proposal on eBay's long-term growth and profitability. In other words, concerns for the future success of the company due to the talk of cuts. The leverage, operational risks, and leadership structure of the combined entity. In other words, you might damage eBay in the long term by combining it with GameStop and poor management. The resulting implications of these factors on valuation. You might make eBay less valuable due to your management style. And GameStop's
Amber, we're against the data center because data centers give children heart murmurs. We're against the data centers because they poison the water. We're against the data centers because they're raising people's electric bills by $600 to $800 per month. We're against the data centers because it's taking up all of the land. We're against the data centers because there's a hum that never goes away when you're trying to sleep at night. We're against the data centers because some data centers make it to where the sky doesn't even get dark. We're against the data centers because it's taken away all of our privacy rights, and we're the only people that can stop it. We're against the data centers because our children is going to look at us in 20 years and say, "Mom, Dad, why didn't you say anything?" That's why we're against the data centers.
governance and executive incentives. In other words, they don't think you're fit to run eBay. What is your kind of overall response to the eBay management team?
I'm not like them. I'm an owner operator. I'm not one of the country club executives that get recruited through these professional agencies. So my incentives are aligned with maximizing shareholder value. And the way to do that at any company is to make the business stronger and much more profitable. So, I mean, they're going to throw up every single one of these excuses. The bottom line is we offered shareholders a 46% premium to when we originally started.
No, they're not laws about how far they way have to be from humans. I'm going to tell you like this, chat. They're trying to build a data center right here in Arkansas that's 500 feet away from where girls practice softball. 500 feet away from homes, 500 feet away from a softball practice facility. So no, they're putting that bitch smack right next to it.
Buying it, and they didn't even take me up on my offer to meet with them. And they did all this BS stuff with their advisors and issued a public press release, but didn't set up a meeting with me. So ultimately, it's up to the owners of the business. They're just in the way.
But on the specific point that people who are criticizing this have made, my understanding is the cash part of the offer is expected to be funded by, as you've illustrated, a combination of cash and liquid investments on your balance sheet at GameStop, which totaled $9.4 billion as of January.
Max is funny, bro. I gotta pin that comment, bro. This nigga Max is funny, bro. Let me pin his comment, bro. Last year, Cambodia was nothing. It was dead. I became president, and now it's the hottest country ever. What can I say? We're on fire. The hottest country ever. Cambodia. It was dead. Just last year was a dead country.
31 this year, and third-party acquisition financing with up to $20 billion in debt financing from TD Securities. Now, people have said that with GameStop currently valued at $10.69 billion, assuming GameStop's providing all its stock for the deal, you're looking at a $16 billion shortfall. So purely, for viewers who don't want to get too much in the weeds, that is the weeds of this and why people are skeptical. To that specific point, what do you say?
Well, there's dilution, but there's two kinds of dilution. There's dilution.
Amber, you don't need to worry about why it will make your bill go up. See, you worried about the wrong shit. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. Sometimes y'all will step over $100 bills to pick up fucking pennies. You worried about why it will make your bill go up. You need to just worry about it's gonna make your bill go up, and it's gonna make it go up by a fucking lot, $600 to $800. You need some references? Go look in Indiana. You need references? Go look in New Jersey. I'm just gonna say it, man. Go look in Indiana first, and then go look at New Jersey, and then go look at Corpus Christi in their water. Just go look it up. Don't worry about why. The why doesn't fucking matter.
That's dilutive to earnings per share, and there's dilution that's accretive to earnings per share. So ultimately, this is not the first scenario where a smaller business has combined with a larger business. Ultimately, here what's changing is the management team.
Data centers are going to, and this is another thing I'm gonna say about data centers. It doesn't matter we know that data centers are here for mass surveillance. They're here to store everything you do online, every place you go, the flock cameras, every time your license plates hits it, every time you walk into a Starbucks, a Target, and you're on the screen, every time you check out at Walmart, all of this will be fed into these data centers that will be controlled by AI and be able to track you in real time through the AI omnipresence. Once the bandwidth and everything gets to the right point, it'll be omnipresent. Once they get the data centers out in space and orbit and in the water, and it'll be mass surveillance, 24/7 surveillance of 100% of the earth. 24/7 surveillance of 100% of earth. That's the goal.
And the board. And it would be run by me as opposed to a bunch of professional directors.
And you want eBay ultimately, as you've put it, to be a legitimate competitor to Amazon. So obviously they operate in a similar kind of marketplace way. What would be the first things you do? I mean, Polymarket at the moment, the prediction market, has a 16% possibility that you will still acquire eBay. So clearly, and certainly from your rhetoric in this interview, you're not giving up at all in your pursuit of it. If you were to get your hands on it, what would be the things you would immediately do to try and be...
Miss VR, it might be about chips. And the only reason I'm gonna say it might be about chips because that goes right back into the mass surveillance. They are gonna need chips to go into this beast system. And another thing we gotta remember, Trump passed the legislation or the executive order for the 6G brain chips. Y'all remember? Everybody forgot about the 6G brain chips. I think that eventually it's going to get to the point to where they're trying to chip them babies before they leave the hospital. Just like they don't like midwives, they don't like Abdullahs, they don't want you having the babies at home and shit now because they want to get that blood and do them natal charts and shit, right? They're going to start chipping them babies before they leave the hospital, bro. They're going to start chipping them, bro. One eventually. If something doesn't change, they're going to start chipping them babies before they leave the hospital.
More competitive with Amazon?
Well, when I say Amazon, it's not going head to head in first party large categories like
Abdullah, doulas, whatever, man. Y'all know what you know what I mean.
Consumables and eBay is the place where you go to buy a rare pen or a trading card or something like that. Amazon.
And y'all think you want to know why I think they're gonna start chipping them babies? Because you gotta listen to what they're saying. Trump passed the executive order for the 6G. Elon already has however many people out here walking with Neuralink. He said by 2030 he's trying to have I forgot how many, but by 2027, the end of 2027, he's trying to have 1 million people on it. They're about to start targeting the gamers. Right? China said they want 30 million people to have a Neuralink type thing by 2030. Elon right now, I don't know how much they cost, but he's trying to get it under $5,000. Anywhere from $5,000 to $7,500. If they get it to that price, the government will probably subsidize it. The government will probably subsidize it. I'm just gonna be honest. Just like it comes on your little hospital bill when you go have a baby, they bill you. Fucking chips gonna be on the bill, man. Government's gonna subsidize it. Insurance gonna pay for it. National security, chipping babies. Shit's crazy. Watch.
Amazon is the place where you go to buy phone chargers. So it's not to beat Amazon at its own game. When I say Amazon, it's building something that's much larger. I believe that the business, I would make the business much, much more profitable by getting rid of the bloat.
Hit the like button, chat. We're 9 likes away from the next like goal. What's up, Pugsation? Who fed the dog? I told y'all I'm not cleaning up after that dog. I'm not feeding it. Who fed the dog and who took the dog out, man? Hit the like button, chat.
And running
What's
it
up, AJ?
more like a family business as opposed to a gigantic corporation and moving much more quickly. And focusing, going deep into other categories like live commerce, where eBay has not been able to compete and has all of the assets in order to compete. And there's a lot of other categories where eBay can do a lot better. So they're spending, by the way, they're spending over 50% of their revenues on operating expenses.
Vigilantes, you said sorry, the dog is unalived. I'm finna tell you like this, your ass gonna be unalived if the dog unalive, Vigilantes, I promise you. Shit, listen, man. Vigilantes, if Pugsation don't say nothing here in a minute, your ass is not gonna be in this chat no more. That we gonna be playing NBA Youngboy. I'm just a lonely child who wants some money, help him out. I fell in love with Kaylin without even knowing the snake was missing yet. We gonna be playing that in here because you won't be in here no more. Where Pugsation at? Where the dog?
And the website still looks like it did in 1995.
Okay, there go the dog.
So it's a great business. And if you look at the financial performance of the company over the past 5 years, it's done terribly. And if you look at since the financial crisis, there's been a lot of competition in e-commerce by way of from the Shopifys of the world to social commerce to Amazon, and yet eBay is still there in spite of having a really shitty management team. So I love the asset. It's run by a bunch of losers, and it's something that can be a lot more successful if it was run by an owner that's an entrepreneur that has not just a much larger vision, but knows how to run a business and make a lot of money and cares, because I have my own money on the line.
You sound...
So I don't like the management team.
Right.
I don't like the board.
Yeah, Chad, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to when it comes to these data centers, I'm kind of like the Lorax, bro. Like the Lorax was when they was trying to make them Sneeds, man. The Lorax was trying to save the trees and chip. Hey, I'm kind of like the Lorax, man, when it comes to these data centers, bro. Like we got to stop the Sneeds, man.
Board of directors, and I have such disdain for these people that make hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of dollars in risk-free compensation, and everything is done in the name of corporate governance and all stuff like that, but they don't give a crap about shareholders.
You're sounding a little bit like Elon Musk. Would you take that as a compliment?
I mean, Elon has made history multiple times, so you know, he's one of the greatest entrepreneurs of our time.
Do you know him? Did you speak to him?
We've messaged, but we don't have a personal relationship.
And what about Jeff Bezos? I mean, the moment he hears someone say, we're going to compete with Amazon, he might take a view, we're going to crush you. What would you say if he decides to try and crush you?
We went head to head against Amazon selling 30-pound bags of pet food, and we did okay. And he's no longer running the business. You know, he's so that's okay. Competition is good, but eBay has a moat, and they're not going head to head against Amazon. And my vision is not to go head to head against Amazon.
All right, chat, I got the phone lines open for those of you who got the phone number, man. Classified, you asked me to open the phone lines on. You can call in, Classified. Gito, I know Gito in here too, man.
It's to run eBay and to make it a much better, more profitable, larger eBay. And it's something that should be worth a lot more than it's worth, because it can grow a lot more and it's going to make a lot more money. So
if you type your name into Google, there are lots of variants of Ryan Cohen, a genius, Ryan Cohen, a half-wit, and everything in between. You've probably seen it all yourself. You probably Google yourself, like all good public figures. But no, for viewers who are not familiar with your story, you founded an e-commerce pet food company called Chewy, and it did fantastically well. You sold it for $3.35 billion in 2017. Conversely, you had a 10% stake in Bed Bath & Beyond in March 2022. You called for changes at the company, as you are doing now with eBay. You sent shares up as much as 70%.
Hey, Jason, don't be dropping no links in my damn chat now. You could promote your shit, but don't be dropping no links in my chat. You gonna get me shadow banned and slow this shit up, man. YouTube don't take kindly to you doing that type shit, man.
5 months later,
I'm already dropping a Discord in this motherfucker. We can't be flooding it with links now. I got the Discord jumping, Jason.
You disclosed you'd sold your stake and the shares spiraled. So people look at the first one and think, genius. Second one, think, sharp operator. Can we really trust him? What would you say to people that have that view of you?
I've done two things. I built and was the CEO of Chewy, and I'm the CEO of GameStop. So those were the companies where I was involved personally in building and running those companies. In terms of other stuff and investments in Bed Bath, I wasn't running that business. That was, again, a professional management team that remarkably ran a business that was a great business into the ground very, very, very quickly. And it's remarkable what they...
You said Temu killing Amazon? I don't know, bro. Like, I'm still a little skeptic. See, Temu is like... It's damn near a 50% chance that shit ain't gonna be what it is, chat. At least with Amazon, you got like, it's probably like a 20% chance that shit ain't gonna be what it is. But Temu, man, it's like you damn near got a 50-50 shot. It's like shooting a 3-pointer, man. You might miss. You might fuck around airball.
They did. Not in a good way, but you know, they ran the business to the ground and they were buying back stock while losing hundreds of millions of dollars. So, but I wasn't running that business.
There are lots of top business people who were on Air Force One with President Trump flying to Beijing, where there's expected to be a lot of activity in the next few days. Obviously, you weren't on the plane. Would you like to have been? Because I understand you are quite a supporter of Donald Trump.
I am, but I am focused on running GameStop, and I'm focused on taking over eBay.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump at all about any of this?
I have not.
Do you anticipate doing?
You said 3-point regular dude or 3-pointer Curry, man. I don't listen, chat. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Hot take, bro. Steph Curry is a hoax, man. Steph Curry's a hoax, man. All of that shit's a hoax, man. They got the magnets in the goal when they switch. Oh, now they want to cut me off. See, when I get the cooking talking that real shit, they want to make me lag. Yeah, that's what it is. I think Steph Curry's a hoax, nigga. I think once they change the basketball and they put that technology in the basketball where they can see the arc of the shot and all of that, man, they put magnets in that motherfucker and they got magnets in the rims, man. Ain't no way they're not even looking at the rim no more, chat. They just coming down like this, bro. Turning around doing shit like this, man. I seen Maxey the other day, bro. It's no way Maxey's like that, bro. Maxey's a fucking baller, and these people are but the shit that they're doing now, bro, they're not even looking at the goal anymore. They taking one step past half court, man, doing a 360 spin and letting that motherfucker fly, bro. Steph Curry is a hoax, bro. That shit's magnets, bro. He's a hoax, bro.
Doing so?
I mean, if it's appropriate and it makes sense. Right now, I'm dealing with a bunch of professionals that are in the way.
You're sounding quite pumped up and ruthless, Ryan. I mean, if the eBay executives are watching this, should they be quivering in their overpaid, bloated boots?
They're going to do whatever they need to do to protect their jobs. I understand. It's survival. It's a paycheck for them. But I want to run that business. I'm passionate.
Now, don't get me wrong, Chad. I think Steph Curry is a world-class shooter. I still think it's a fucking hoax, man. They cut the magnets on, Chad. You could tell how the ball goes in, bro. You can look at that shit when they cut the magnets on. Ball bounces straight up in the air and goes straight down. Like, that's them fucking magnets. Look up technology in NBA basketball. Look up NBA basketball and look up the technology. They're not playing with the regular basketball that we're playing with, bro. It's some shit inside of that ball.
About e-commerce. That's my core competency.
Allegedly.
And I want to make it a much larger business. So I would like for them to engage with me constructively as opposed to giving me a BS response and not really understanding the components of the deal, because it's attractive to shareholders and that's their job, is to be a fiduciary of money.
Hey, I'm telling you, I know about Chico Joe, Disciple. That's Chico Joe over there, the truth. I play with Kyle Madden and a lot of people that could ball, chat, but we got to be honest. This is the entertainment industry. The National Basketball Association, it's all entertainment. The NFL is entertainment. Soccer, all of that shit is entertainment, chat. These people are getting paid $50, $60, $70 million a year to put on a show. You don't think you think they're above putting magnets in the fucking goal? Come on now, bro.
Money that really, they're not the owners. They're far from the owners. They don't invest their own money. They're milking it. So they have a job to do the best for shareholders and engage on this. And if they don't, then we'll do whatever we need to do.
I mean, that sounds almost mafioso.
It's business.
Polymarket as
I guess Classified not in here no more. Classified, I was gonna have you call in. Is Gito in here? Gito and Classified really the only ones that asked to call in. They got the number. I don't want to drop the number and just have people, trolls, call in. So I'm only dropping the number for, I'm not having trolls fuck up my show.
As I said, have you at 16% to be successful in acquiring eBay? What would you put the percentage at?
What did they say the odds of Trump winning the presidency were?
Probably first time less than 16% at the end, actually.
If we ask them going head to head against Amazon selling 30-pound bags, or turning around GameStop for that matter, actually. I mean, everyone in the mainstream media, most investors were betting against GameStop. And look at the financial performance of the company. It went from losing hundreds of millions of dollars to now it's making hundreds of millions of dollars. And everyone makes fun of GameStop. No one takes it seriously. All of Wall Street wrote it off, but...
All right, this is what I'm saying, chat. The NBA changed its official basketball supplier from Spalding to Wilson starting in the 2021-2022 season. All right, now look. That's 2021-2022. Now look. Wilson Basketball Technology. See, they trying to show me that airless basketball now. Nah, nigga, y'all know what I'm looking for. Y'all know what I'm looking for. There you go, right here. Wilson X Connected Smart Basketball. They got smart basketballs and everything. This is what it is. Basketball tracks when you make a shot, hands free. Come on now, Chad. Y'all not finna tell me this shit ain't rigged, bro.
It's a real business. It's not like eBay. It's not a great business. It's physical retail. It's tough. It's dealing with a lot of headwinds, but skepticism is okay. It's good. It's normal.
Do you have a favorite GameStop meme yourself?
There's a lot of them, and there's a lot of funny ones.
Well, Ryan, it's good to talk to you. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens. And I'll send your regards to the CNBC guys, who I'm sure will be most entertained by your description of them. But thank you very much, Stephen.
All right, chat, double tap that screen, shut a live out. We finna get into this Tucker Carlson episode. We not finna watch all of it. It's him and Kevin O'Leary talking about the data centers and AI. Kevin O'Leary is trying to build a...
Just when you think you got it all figured out, you see trends in...
Kevin O'Leary is trying to build a 40,000 acre, which is 62 square mile data center in Utah.
And I actually saw the evidence of how the Chinese were manipulating the algorithm. Now they're doing it a different way. And that just kind of pisses me off. So I'm happy to add compute. I'm like, I don't want my kids in 20 years who live in New York being told what to eat for breakfast by the Chinese. So, you know, I'm kind of on a mission here to compete.
Okay, so the point, so you're doing this because, well, because it's a business opportunity, but also because China doesn't want you to do it. Why would China not want data centers built in the United States?
Because we're in a competition for AI compute. The nation that has the best AI models will be the winner of future wars. It'll have the most productive economy. We already know now, just looking at earnings that are coming out as we speak, you know, Tucker, the earnings this quarter are unprecedented in terms of how good they are, because somehow, very quick.
And you don't think he's finna gut those eBay fucking fulfillment facilities for AI, bro? I'm telling you, man, they already got the shell. They'll gut it, man. Put plugs and wires all through that bitch, hire like 10 technicians, and it's over with.
Quickly, and this is probably just serendipitous luck for this administration. AI compute is now being implemented in all 11 sectors of our economy, and it's enhancing both productivity and margin. So these companies are making a lot more money than they were anticipated to, because AI is very productive. And people debate about the job shift and everything else, but the fact is the economy's on fire.
Why doesn't anyone talk about the health risk? I wonder, is Tucker going to question him about the health risk? Like, hey, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, heard you're trying to build a 62.5 mile data center. Heard it's going to be about 40,000 acres, the size of 2,000 Walmarts, man. I heard that this shit is giving children heart murmurs and making older people have different problems. I heard that it's a low buzz that keeps you up from sleeping at night. I heard it's poison in the water, raising light bills and shit. How are you going to stop all of this, Mr. Wonderful? Those are the questions that need to be fucking asked, man.
Even at a time when we have conflict. So if I were the Chinese, the last thing I want in America is the 5 or 6 tech companies that are competing with me on DeepSeek having more compute capacity. I want to shut down every single proposal for every single data center in every single state. And I want agitators. I want paid protesters. I want environmentalists. I want to shut it all down so that they can't train their models as fast as I can. Meanwhile, the Chinese just built, in terms of new power in the last 18 months, 400 gigawatts of new power, all with coal burning turbines. Coal. You know, they're not worried about the environment. The big guy over there says, build one here and then stick a data center beside it so I can train my DeepSeek model faster. And you've heard it from the Anthropic CEO this week. He came out, the stereo guy, and said, hey, they're going to catch up in 6 months. So everybody wake up and smell what's going on here. And just, I started to dig in the last week, looking at all of these strings that are attacking the
So basically what he's saying is he's doing a straw man. He's moving the goalpost. He's saying, well, at least we're not putting coal next to our people. Our people, we're just taking all of the town's water and raising light bills sky high and poisoning the damn water supply. But at least we're not building coal. At least we're not using coal. So you should wake up, smell the coffee, and just be glad that we're not using coal to kill you any faster. Kiss my ass, Kevin O'Leary.
Utah proposal and the one I got up in Alberta. I'm going to where I can find power and developing these things. And I want the Chinese to see what we're doing. We're coming after you, buddy.
Can I ask? I've got a million questions, but let's just start with the competition between the U.S. and China on AI. If data centers are the key to AI, why has China built so few of them?
Oh, no.
So I think there are about 365 data centers in China, almost 4,000 in the United States. So clearly they haven't prevented us from building data centers.
What's
what
up,
do you think
Drew?
that is?
Okay, let me walk you through the math of the last, this is moving very, very quickly, but the data centers of even 24 months ago were 100 megawatt facilities. And they were useful for cloud storage, like your Excel files and all the rest of that. They were useful for just basic compute
Eric?
and storage of data. But then when these models started emerging, such as we have going with Anthropic or Gemini.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. We have... This is crazy, bro. This is fucking crazy. We have the technocrats doing the biggest push ever right now to push the legacy banking system out of the fucking way. We have inflation at 3.8%. We have commercial real estate almost 5 trillion that's fucking overpriced. They're trying to increase liquidity right now. They just brought in a pro-crypto Fed chair. We just had every fucking technocrat that you can name on Air Force One headed to China to cut $1 trillion deal. Kevin O'Leary is trying to build a 62-mile data center. The technocrats see that the legacy banking system is weak, and they're making their push right here, right now. Right here, right now. They're making the push for who's going to control the new world. Shit is fucking crazy, bro.
And any of them, Grok, all of it, and all of the tools built on top of them. The amount of compute power geometrically grew, and it was no longer 100 megawatts. The minimum was 250 megawatts. Then 4 months later, the minimum was 500 megawatts. Wait, here
What's
it
up,
comes.
Top Cat?
And then 2 months after that, it was 1 gigawatt. Now, try and get a gigawatt out of the American grid or the Canadian grid or the Mexican grid. Not a chance in hell. We're tapped out. So the Chinese
What's
were
up,
building
Jumanji?
these 1 gigawatt facilities. So it doesn't matter about the number of facilities. It matters how many are gigawatt plus for train.
See, this is the thing. You said technology creates more jobs, not less. That was true until it was till a certain point. See, everything is true until it isn't. Everything is true until it isn't. And I believe that this is one of those pivotal moments in world history where maybe that's not true anymore. Maybe technology is not going to create more jobs. Just like they always said what during the Bitcoin halving, right? Bitcoin, what was it? It goes to an all-time high a year later, all-time low, 2 years of accumulation, shit like that. It never hits the all-time. That cycle's broken. Cycles are meant to be broken. Everything is true until it isn't. Everything is true until it isn't.
AI models, because you need a lot of compute for the modern day chip, and this technology is advancing very, very quickly. So it's the size of the large ones are the ones that they're beating us on, not the small 100 megawatts. Nobody cares about those anymore.
His hat says Utah National Security. So he's trying to frame this as his data center is going to be national security. He's framing this data center, the 40,000 acre data center, 62.5 square miles, 2,000, the size of 2,000 Walmarts. He's framing it as a matter of national security. Doesn't matter if we're taking all of your water. Matter of national security. Doesn't matter if your light bill goes to the fucking moon, $600-700 a month. National security. Doesn't matter if there's health implications. National security. That's the messaging he wants to go here. That it's inevitable. That's the messaging he's trying to say.
Anymore. You can't train anything on that. So we're competing now for campuses, 10,000 acres and more at a time. And that's where the Chinese are kicking our asses.
So you said you will go wherever the energy is, but I thought you were you're bringing your own energy to the project. Can you explain how you're going to power this?
Sure, that's a good question. You can't tap in, and you can't, you tap into somebody's.
Chad, I need everyone to hit the like button for me. If you're enjoying this content, be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button for me.
Grid. Let's take a place like Texas or in Mississippi or Utah, for that matter, where I am. The electrical bills in that county are going to go up 30%. And that's what pissed off so many people in Virginia. They went out of their minds as the electrical bills kept going up. So you can't do that. You have to bring your own power. So the way you do that is you find low-cost stranded natural gas. You acquire the new technology, turbines that burn very, very clean and require a lot less water.
I don't know, Kevin O'Leary, you getting up here in your $5,000, $10,000 suit. I don't want to, shortchange you. You probably got $100,000 watch on, and you want to tell these regular people of Utah, hey, fuck you, man. Fuck how your kids are raised, man. Fuck your light bill going up, man. Fuck the possible heart murmurs or health implications. Shit. We're about to do this shit matter natural. At least, Chad, I'm not for the data centers at all. But at minimum, if they're gonna do this shit, they need to put that shit out of space, like they're trying to, man. They put that shit in space, bro. Like Arkansas has lost over the last 30 years, 70% of its forestry or some kind of crazy number. Like all of the forestry that was pretty much up north and shit, they've gutted that. Fayetteville's a bustling town now. Rogers, all of that shit, Northeast Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas, man, they've gutted that shit. Central Arkansas, they've gutted that shit, man. You got the Delta. You got the Delta and southeastern Arkansas that's still forest. Most of that forestry in Arkansas, they've gutted that shit. And they're still trying to roll back environmental protections. This shit is the natural state. It's the natural state, and they're gutting it, bro. I never thought I would be a tree hugger, Chad. I really never thought I would be a tree hugger. This shit is crazy.
Because that's a big debate, too. And in some cases, no water, they're air cooled. and you build those turbines first. So basically, the data center game is about power. Now, here's another reason the Chinese would not want, forget about data centers. Let's just say we're building new gas turbines that make electricity. The Chinese don't want you to do that either, because they know that that's how you're going to solve the grid problem. You know, the people in Utah are telling me, look, is there any way when you build these power facilities?
You say you got family in Pine Bluff, Crossett, and Hamburg. I used to go hunting in Crossett, man. I used to my people had a deer lease in Crossett. I like Crossett a lot. Crossett has some fucking monster bucks down there, Chad. He say his people from Crossett asked him about that hunting down there in Crossett.
Is for the data centers, you could sell back some of that power to our local grid. And the answer is yes. So now, instead of being the evil data center guys, we can be the guys that are actually powering the Utah grid, which, by the way, taps into the national grid. So we want to build as many of these power generators before we build any data centers. But
so where does the gas come from in this the world's largest data center, the one you're planning in Utah?
What it
well,
do,
mine
Sid?
won't be the largest for years. That's another.
What it do, Sid? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, but in Crossett, Arkansas, Chad, it's like monster bucks. Like the hunting in Crossett is good, is pretty cool. Hamburg, I've been to Hamburg, but I really haven't been around Hamburg like that. But Crossett for sure. I used to be in Crossett a lot.
Piece of misinformation being spewed everywhere, and I'm going to tell you who's doing it soon. We're going to build 1.5 gigawatts first, so a fraction of the 9.
See, I can't hook up my shit with Razorback shit right now. I sport my Razorback gear, but I can't, because then people would think this is a sports channel, and it's not. Another thing too is I'm a little pissed at Arkansas right now. Like I'm a Razorback till I go, but it's like, bruh, they're saying we're a basketball school now. Now, don't get me wrong, I love it. I love that Arkansas's basketball program is one of the top in the country. But this is a fucking football school, man. Where the fuck is our football program, man? I can't have people like Drip in this bitch talking shit every year, man. I'm tired of hearing Drip mouth about the fucking LSU Tigers, man. I'm tired of that shit, man. We gotta get this shit together.
9 gig proposed, and to make sure everything works, and the people there in Box Elder County can come and inspect it and see the air quality EPA standards we're going to hold up to, the water rights permits that we're going to maintain and be compliant with, the noise EPA requirements that we have to be compliant with, the air quality we have to be compliant with. Get the first one up, a small fraction of it, and show everybody how it works. That's the plan. And then I didn't need 40,000.
All right, Chad, we finna get back on subject, but you said the Raiders got the running back from Arkansas, Michael Washington. He ran a 4.3. What I don't get is this: how the fuck did the Browns draft Taylor Green? Taylor Green had the longest broad jump. He jumped the highest, ran a fucking 4.3, can throw the ball a whole 100 yards damn near. How the fuck did he go to the Browns, bro? The Browns, nigga, the Browns got like 9 quarterbacks still. He went to the Browns, bro. The Browns. Shit's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Acres, but that was the parcel available. That's twice the size of Manhattan. It's called a MIDA designation, right beside the Hill Air Force Base.
It's
So I'm not
at least
using it
3
all.
times bigger than Manhattan. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, but I don't need all that. But that was what was available. I'm going to lease it back to grazers, do some manufacturing maybe. There's plenty of land. We don't need it all.
But the power for it, where does that come from?
So what we do is there's the Ruby pipeline there. It's only 17% utilized. It's one of the most underutilized pipelines in America. So it's not like we buy gas from the Ruby pipeline and we put it into a clean generator and it generates electricity. And we tie that back to the grid if they want it, or we...
No, they drafted him in the 5th round. He went to the Browns in the 5th round. He had the damn near the best pro day of all quarterbacks, bro, and went 5th round to the damn Browns. They probably finna move him to tight end or receiver. I'm just gonna be honest. They probably gonna move him to receiver.
Power data center. That's the idea. So we have to build the power first. And the power itself, I think we have a big challenge in every state. Everybody's got to build more power in the American grid right now, and the North American grid for that matter, Mexico too, and Canada.
Hey, Jeremy, don't come here talking about I thought we was getting back on topic. We are, but listen, We hanging out in here right now. You know this how we do shit over here. We hang out, all right? That's why I leave the title of the video. You see that shit right there? It says debate Tucker versus Kevin O'Leary on the dystopian AI future devouring American energy and jobs. Even has the channel Tucker Carlson. If you want to go watch that shit lonely by yourself, eating Cheetos, rubbing your feet together and shit, by all means, there's the video, nigga.
So the older you get, you realize how fast everything.
From one of the people that watches our network, looks for abnormalities. And he said, there's something going on here, something very unusual on Instagram and on Twitter, which is now X. And I said, what do you mean? He said, the spiking of a bunch of IP addresses that we don't know. And it's spewing out a tremendous amount of information. I said, okay, guys, let's get our team on, because I'm very fortunate. I have a bunch of very good data scientists, investigative data scientists, if you want to call them that. Probably one of the best teams privately outside of the government in the Department of Defense. My team's pretty good. You can make the assumption they...
Hey, Chad, be sure to hit the like button on your way in. If you're enjoying the content, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We go live every single night over here talking politics, current events, and entertainment.
Once worked in these agencies. All right, let me give you some names here, Tucker. Party for Socialism and Liberation. Apparently shares offices with the CPP all over my social media.
Okay, wait, let me just stop you. Let me just stop you there. So if you're saying that you're being criticized by agents of a foreign government, let me just add my sympathy, empathy, in fact, having been the subject of that, quite a bit over many years.
I'm well aware.
Right.
I'm well aware.
But this, so, okay, but that doesn't, you make the case the Chinese don't like it. If you're that concerned about the Chinese, what percentage of the materials in the data center come from China?
Less and less all the time. That's one of the things the administration is trying to do. The turbines are European made or American made. The pipelines are obviously American made. The chips are certainly American made. The actual build out of the facilities mostly American made. I don't think there's a whole lot of we're not mining Bitcoin here. So
right. No, I mean, I think I read it's about 40 or 41%. So it's I mean, China is benefiting from, most purchases that most of us make because it's the world's largest manufacturer. And that would also.
Mac, I only smoke indica, bro. I'm only smoke indica and hybrids, man.
Include the construction of data centers. But my point is, I'm sure there are lots of people trying to influence this outcome to their own benefit. And that would include foreign countries, maybe even China. But it doesn't change the facts about the project. So I just want to make sure I have these clear. Would you be paying market rate for the gas?
Yes, I don't have a choice on that.
Right.
You have to negotiate a gas deal. I'm pretty well paying market rate for everything. There's a competition between states for these jobs. I know there's a lot of bad press. I wanted to just finish with the list because I don't think, Tucker, you get the enormity of what's going on here.
Oh, I do. I do get the enormity. Well, and no, I have no doubt that, I mean,
well, I want to mention two that are cells inside of Utah, which really stunned me. This I'd never seen before. Alliance for a Better Utah elevates.
Right. They do have that chip factory that's in Arizona. I believe it's operational now. It's supposed to be operational as of, I believe, the middle of last year was supposed to be operational. The chip factory in Arizona. Also, NVIDIA, even though what is that company, TSMC, even though that it's in Taiwan, I still believe it's an American company. So when he says they're American, I think he's talking about the ownership.
Strategy. He's taking the content from the CPP, repurposing it, and jamming it down the throats of people in Utah on my social media feed. and lots of other feeds.
I have no doubt that's true, but I'm asking questions that I think are relevant to the country. I'm not an agent of the Chinese. I'm not a socialist. So I just want to know, like, where's the water coming from? Because
So the
water,
water,
as you know, is
so
one of
it's
the
a
most
great
contested
question.
resources in the West.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's right. That's right. When you buy land in Utah, there are water rights that were granted that land sometimes over 100 years ago. You have to apply for a permit, a usage permit for that water. So if it was once used for one purpose and you want to change the purpose to industrial, let's say in the case of a data center or power generation, you have to apply for the permit. Usually what happens, if it was grazing and it was 100% you could use, they may change that and knock it down by 40% to 60%. But there's water already on that property, already being used right now. We're just repurposing that water for a different purpose. It's not like we're going to draw water from somewhere else. We couldn't use the land if it had no water. We couldn't even have a toilet in the men's room if we didn't have any water. So
would you be using more water than, say, a sugar beet farmer would?
no, actually, probably not. It depends. Here's Tucker, the way it works is, let's say your prime tenant is Google. They come along and they say, okay, we want to be the tenant for the Utah site, but we have a whole bunch of requirements because they're under pressure too to be a lot more efficient, productive, and more sustainable. They may say, well, let's not use water to cool our turbines. Our spec is going to be air-cooled turbines. So you're going to build out your.
But what if they don't? See, Kevin O'Leary, you're talking all hypotheticals. All of that shit might be on the table, but you know what the fuck is going on. Same shit that's going on in Indiana, same shit going on in Corpus Christi, same shit that's going on everywhere. You're going to suck up the water, you're going to take extra water, and you're not going to even think about building a fucking turbine because Trump doesn't want them. Trump already said the wind turbines are ugly, he hates them, and doesn't want them. So Kevin O'Leary, stop blowing smoke up our ass, dude. Stop that shit. Cut it out. Cut it out.
You're the owner, you're the master developer. Here's our spec. And so I expect whether it ends up being Amazon or Microsoft or Tesla or Google, they're going to build in a whole bunch of things. And we can't deliver them water we don't have. So my guess is it's going to be contained cooling for the chips, which is like a radiator in your car. So you're not using a ton of water there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Like, this is America right here, Chad. I promise you right now. I'm glad. Who was that? Too Strong that pointed that shit out. Oh no, that's Max Ninja. Max Ninja pointed that shit out. If Kevin O'Leary was a nigga, bro, if he was little baby, all y'all would have something to say about this nigga wearing 2 watches. Well, he looks dumb. Why the fuck is he wearing 2 watches? Oh, he's a rapper. He thinks now when this nigga Kevin O'Leary puts on 2 watches, nobody has nothing to say. At least little baby got an excuse. Nigga, I'm a rapper. I'm a rapper, nigga. What the fuck is Kevin O'Leary's excuse for wearing 2 watches? The fuck you got going on, Kevin?
And then for the turbines themselves, it may be air cooled. We don't know yet. It depends what the tenant wants.
So what's your as you game this out, expected water use over the first 10 years?
Well, not knowing what my tenant wants yet, probably less than we had originally intended.
See, we can't say it's because you got 2 risks, because as a businessman, as a man of high stature, as a man that's in them fucking rooms, we know that there is a right wrist to put your watch on and there's a wrong wrist to put your watch on. Correct? Correct or incorrect, Chad? Isn't there a certain wrist that you're supposed to put the watch on? Well, why the fuck is that? If you can just wear 2 of them.
Anticipated in terms of what is given us on the water rights. We've applied for that. I mean, we're anticipating we'll get, whatever we're going to get. I don't think we're going to use it all at all because what people
do you expect water rates in the state of Utah will go up?
Yeah, not because of us. I just think they go up anyways over time.
But if they go up, at a quicker rate than they have been going up, if there's a spike in water price, would you compensate the state for the difference?
No,
In other words, if your business causes water prices to rise, are you on the hook?
I don't think it's weird to wear 2 watches if you're a rapper. I don't think it's weird to wear 2 watches if you're a YN. I think if you're a fucking businessman trying to build a $40 billion fucking data center, you shouldn't have 2 watches on, man. Straight up, man. Straight up, man. I don't give a damn if they're timepieces. I don't care if they're collectibles and shit, man. Hey, man. You trying to be, that's ignorant. If he was black, y'all would call him ignorant for that. That shit's ignorant. You ignorant ass got on 2 watches. Yeah, you rich as hell, but that's ignorant, right? Why does Kevin O'Leary not get called ignorant, but somebody else would? Lil Baby would.
Hook for any of that.
Yeah, I think we would be. I mean, we're negotiating that. But I don't think water is the constraint, because most of the technology, which advances every 24 months, is reducing the requirement for water. So I mentioned the air-cooled turbines. Those just came on the scene 18 months ago. So they're the first to actually generate 5 megawatts at a time, like Lego blocks, put them together, and you're using air. But they're also, you have EPA regulation about air quality. So you've got to be very careful that when you're using air cooling, you're not breaching the air quality, because in Utah, and I studied this when I was back in college, it's a unique geography. They get inversions there because of the mountains. So you really, as an old environmental study guy, that's the one they'd always show us, would be Salt Lake City. So I'm well aware of the problem, and I know what the new turbines can do. The amount of
Chad, what's that dude that always rating people watches? What's that guy's name, man? He's the white guy. He boxed. He ended up boxing, I believe, with Trax NYC. What's that guy's name? The guy with the watch. We need to send him this video. I need to know what kind of watches Kevin O'Leary has on while he's trying to, poison all of these people allegedly with his data center. We need to pocket watch Kevin O'Leary's watches collections, man. You went on Tucker Carlson talking about building all this shit. You probably got 500,000 on your wrist, Kevin O'Leary. You're out of touch, bro. You're out of touch, man. Kevin O'Leary been getting money too long, Chad. He is not a regular person. He does not identify with us. He does not care about you, me, or anybody. He's been getting money for too long, Chad. He's too far gone. When the last time you think Kevin O'Leary gave a damn about a bill being due? When the last time you think Kevin O'Leary was worried about some gas money and shit, man? Like, let's be honest. When the last time you think Kevin O'Leary worried about damn near anything financially? Kevin O'Leary is not like us, man. Straight up. He does not identify with us, man.
Hype and hysteria and over all of this stuff. Well, I've already pointed out, I think it's being generated by our adversaries, but it's also misinformation. Everything that's been said about that site is false.
Well, I'm grateful that you're able to present your side of this, and thank you for doing it. Things around the world are moving so fast right now.
About data centers.
You said the Trax NYC win. I mean, it was he came out aggressive. It was actually nobody won. It was really just, some shit going on. But I was here for it, straight up. I was here for it. I was. But yeah, we need to send on this watch collection to that dude, man.
Let's go any manufacturing. Let's say you're going to build an aluminum sheet manufacturing facility. You go to the government there and say, look, this is going to huge capex huge capex expenditure. I'm going to hire 2,000 people. I'm going to build a community center. I'm going to pay a lot of tax on the profits in your state when I sell the aluminum. And I'm going to hire all these people who they will also pay tax. And we will build a school because our workers need a school.
What I'm saying is this. I'm not saying whether Kevin earned it or he didn't earn it. What I'm saying is he can't read the fucking room. Some of these people, chat, I don't try to diagnose people, but y'all know what they say about people who just can't read the room. Right? This might be one of those moments, man. Like Kevin O'Leary, bro. Like, you don't fucking Tucker Carlson with 2 fucking houses on each wrist. You got a house on this wrist. You got another house on this wrist, man. And you on Tucker Carlson talking to, like, he can't read the room. Like he doesn't read the fuck. Like there's no way he thought about this shit. He couldn't have thought this shit through.
And. What can you give me to incentivize me versus the state right beside you, which is willing to give me an incentive package?
No, I understand. I understand that you're gaming a system in place. You didn't come up with this, but
No,
I'm just trying to understand. So the trade typically is jobs, okay? But these projects don't actually.
Well, no, it's also jobs and taxes because you're going to
and taxes.
Yeah.
But then you're getting a tax break, so that doesn't really make any sense.
Only
But
up front. Tucker, welcome to America, buddy. This is how it's gone on for 200 years.
Okay, well, I don't know. Lots of bad things go on for a while. But I think at some point it's worth assessing, like, why are we doing this? So,
hey, Miss Bones, man. I think we about ready for y'all to come get your boy, man. It's about time for him to go home, Miss Bones, man. Go on, come get him. Put him up somewhere, man. I don't give a damn, man. It's about time for y'all to come get your boy, man. It's time for him to go home.
So
you are
on the
fair
job
to do
question,
that. You're doing it because there's a competition.
Well, I run a couple of businesses, and we're not getting any tax breaks. I think they're every bit as virtuous as data centers, but I'm not availing myself of that, and no one's offered. And I wouldn't take it anyway, because it's not the job of taxpayers to subsidize a project.
You too, Abba. Come get your boy, Abba. Abba, you and Lady Bump, man, come get your boy, man. It's time for him to go home. Drake getting ready to drop Iceman and shit. It's time for him to go home.
Private business.
It's a fair comment, but my job is to create a data center, create 2,000 jobs for long term and 10,000 manufacturing at the beginning or construction. And I'm obviously looking at multiple sites, and this won't be the last one I build.
May I ask 2,000 jobs? Okay, so relative to this.
Then he said, this won't be the only one I build. He's saying, look, I'm finna fuck y'all over to the tune of 40,000 acres, 62.5 square miles, about the size of 2,000 Walmarts, but this ain't it, nigga. The fuck you mean, Tucker? I'm finna build this data center and some more data centers, man. That's what Kevin O'Leary's saying, why he has a house on each wrist and a damn $10,000 suit on. It's Kevin O'Leary has lost touch, bro. Like, God, bro, you got all that money and like you don't have any PR, nigga. Like, where the fuck is Kevin O'Leary's PR? Kevin O'Leary. I'm not gonna lie, Kevin O'Leary. Like, damn, bro, fuck. I don't even want to work with you. Now, I would say hire me, Kevin O'Leary. We done made this shit. I don't even want to work with you, Kevin O'Leary, man. Golly, where's your PR though? Like, they should have prepped you for this.
The physical size of the project, which, as you noted, is multiple times the size of Manhattan, and the power draw at peak, this data center, your projections, will consume about as much energy as New York City does. But New York City provides almost 5 million jobs, and this project, by your own description, would provide about 2,000 jobs. I don't see the trade here.
You definitely got that calculation wrong. By building a data center that trains AI, that provides productivity to the entire nation, we create millions of jobs, high-paying jobs.
So AI is going to create jobs?
Yes.
I thought it was going to eliminate jobs, net.
Just think about the new technologies we don't even know yet that are going to be built on.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. It's always it's going to create all of these jobs and millions of jobs. Then you ask them the fucking elephant in the room. One single word kills the argument. One word. How? Then they get to talking about what ifs and shit we don't even know we don't even know if AI is gonna blow this bitch up yet either, nigga. You mean? So with the hypotheticals, man, no one's thought this shit through. So as of right now, you don't have any idea how it's gonna create jobs. You're just gonna keep pushing forward and hopefully it creates millions of jobs. That's what it sounds like. How you gonna put that shit on a PowerPoint? I want to see the shit on a PowerPoint how AI is gonna create jobs. Show it to me on a PowerPoint, nigga. I bet you won't pull that PowerPoint out and be like, well, it's some shit we don't even know yet. Everybody gonna look around the room like, what the fuck is he talking about, man?
Off AI. Everybody thinks when television came, everybody would lose their job in radio. That was complete BS. And the same thing is going to happen here. Everybody's hysteria about losing jobs, making hamburgers or flipping them, being.
You said somebody's gonna have to run the data centers. Who? This shit's gonna run on its own. You're gonna need technicians. So a regular warehouse that might employ 200, 300 people is gonna be the data center is gonna be the same size, if not bigger, and it's only gonna employ like 10 people, maybe 20 people. They don't need all them fucking technicians out here, man.
Replaced by a robot. That's probably true. But all kinds of new technology will become available over time, including in medical science and biology and all kinds of things where the models can be used. I'm extremely optimistic. What I'm doing is creating a whole new opportunity for my children.
What kinds of jobs? Well, I mean, again, some of this, of course, is unknowable, and I want to be as fair as I can be because I'm grateful that you're willing to talk about it so openly. But you just said this will create AI will create millions of new jobs. You're part of the basis of AI. You can't have AI without data centers, at least right now. So what are those millions of jobs? Because we can go through the list that the creators, the people who actually are making AI right now, developing it, we can go through a list of jobs they say it's going to eliminate, which would be like lawyers and financial planners and like the basis of upper middle class America. That's going away. They've said this. What will it be replaced by?
It'll be replaced by new science opportunities, new exploration into space, new manufacturing for robotics, for defense as well. Wars in the future probably are.
Okay, let's break this shit down. How many motherfuckers you think finna go to space, Kevin O'Leary? Not a lot, man. I'm here to tell you, not a lot. Now you talking about manufacturing and shit. They have a robot live streaming right now on the damn assembly line or whatever, the little package line at Amazon. He's flipping the packages over so they can scan out. He's on an 8-hour live stream doing the whole damn thing. A robot, bro. So manufacturing's cooked. They can hang drywall with robots now. Like, what are you talking about, Kevin O'Leary? Nothing that you said in science and shit. That isn't the AI gonna be running the science experiments and shit. All the damn different simulations and shit. Isn't that what's going on now? They're putting different elements together to create new elements and shit. Isn't that what's going on now? Now we talk about doctors and dentists and shit like that. Didn't they just do a 3-hour root canal in 15 minutes with robotics and AI? Isn't Elon talking about the Neuralink's gonna be like a fucking effortless minute-long procedure here when robotics get put in? The hell are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about?
Aren't going to be fought with people getting shot in the flesh. It'll be one set of robots against another. I think the drone technology will advance, the manufacturing of surveillance, all that stuff against our enemies, which notably is basically China. So if you think about how, you debate the data center, I think it's fair to do that, what you're doing. But I would be very concerned if I were living in Taiwan that one day my electricity just goes out and I get invaded by basically robotics and high precision ordnance. And that's what China wants, and they want to get there first. Now, if we don't get there first...
Yeah, I'm going to do a video about this, Kevin O'Leary. I'm on your ass, bro. I'm going to do a video about this. Shit's crazy.
If we don't develop something better than their AI, and our ability to be predictive on where these conflicts are going to happen, I think we'll be in a bad place in 20 years. And so...
Okay, but I think it's very revealing that I asked you about jobs in the United States, and you went immediately to defending Taiwan. In the
well, we manufacture the equipment here, Tucker. That's where it's made.
But okay. Well, actually, a lot of this is made in China, as I know you know. So
but that's my whole point. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to start making it here. I want to do advanced robotics.
I totally agree. But the promise of AI and robotics is that the robots will make the products of the future. So how exactly does that result in American jobs?
If you're in the
more
camp
specifically, what are those? What are you talking about when you say
replaced by a machine? I don't buy that. I just don't agree with you because it's never happened.
I'm not saying I don't want that to happen. Trust me. I'm really worried about it, almost panicked. But I'm trying to feel better. Okay, then please make me feel better. Where are these million of new jobs. What specifically are you talking
Right.
about?
Well, you know, every time technology advances, it creates new opportunities that were not foreseen prior because you don't know the direction of new tech. You know, think about if you.
And that's what we're saying, Kevin. What if it doesn't? That's the whole thing. You can say you don't know the direction of new tech, but you can also say in the same sentence, millions of new jobs will be created. So which one is it? Do you know or do you not know? You're going to say, oh, well, we've seen this before with the Industrial Revolution. Well, everything is true until it's not. Cycles repeat until they don't. There's a term called breaking the cycle, right? That's when shit doesn't go as it used to.
You and I, because we were actually around in the late 80s contemplating what new jobs would be created by the internet. And look at what's happened. It's created millions of jobs and advanced all kinds of technologies and changed the way we live to the better. And I would say to you, the same angst we had, the same narrative that was going on in 1992 about how the internet is going to wipe out the economy and it's a bad thing and it's dangerous. Of course, people loathe change. That's the nature of
Do you
how it
think
is.
that the United States is a happier country than it was in 1992?
What define happy? What does that mean?
I don't know. How about the suicide rate or the addiction rate or the life expectancy? Those are all
Yes,
upside
I mean,
down.
look, there's lots of social issues, and there always has been. I would remind you, though,
But they've gotten worse at exactly the period in history that the internet was formed and then seemed to infuse every part of our lives. So if you were worried about the effect of the internet in 1992 on America, looking back from the vantage of 2026, you could say, yeah, I had good reason to be worried. Couldn't you? Or am
Yeah, man, I say deport this nigga, man. Hey, let's deport Kevin O'Leary, man. Kevin O'Leary got to go, man. He need to go on back to Canada, bro.
I imagining this?
You could say that it would have some effect on society, but let me remind you something. And I'm probably the right guy to make this comment because I spend a lot of time all around the world, investing all around the world. I don't care where you go, and I feel this way, and and I've really learned this over the last 20 years. What is the number one export of America? It's not energy and it's not technology. It's actually the American dream. For all its faults that America has, everybody I meet in every country, pretty well every single one, would like to figure out how they can get to America, start a business, and be part of the American dream. And I go to some pretty gnarly places where people are willing to risk their lives.
Man, how many data centers this nigga putting up in Canada, man? Go put some data centers in your own country, man. Fuck that, man. When it comes to these other groups of people and shit, chat, y'all always telling them to go back to their own country with that bullshit, bro. Y'all always telling them to go back to their own country with that bullshit. But when it comes to people like Kevin O'Leary and people like that, y'all don't have that same energy, man. Nah, hell no, man. How many data centers you building over there in Canada, man? Take that shit back home, bro.
Lives to go under a river with barbed wire to get in here. So until that changes, which I don't see ever happening, my only concern is China. They're the ones.
If you could just be more precise. I mean, born here, I love this country, I'm not leaving, so I'm vested in the idea of the American dream, but I'd love to just define it more precisely before we discuss it. What is it?
Okay. Let's make it really basic. Let's go to Shark Tank. Those people that trot out in front of me and have done for almost 20 years with an idea to solve someone's problem that they'll get paid for. And 80% fail, but 20% make it. And it creates personal freedom for them.
See, I'm going to say this shit, man. Fuck that, Loki. Fuck that, Loki. You gotta stand for something, man. You think just because they rich, they get a fucking man? Fuck them rich folks, man. Listen, man. I don't got no picks, man. I don't care if you rich, poor, middle class. You on some bullshit? Fuck you, man. I'm not biting my tongue. I'm not kissing no ass, man. Fuck you. Take that shit back to Canada, man. You sitting there talking about some, if somebody was rich, advocated to be in the United States for a while, you don't want to necessarily leave the United States to advocate for it. Yes, the fuck I do. Take that shit home, nigga. Fuck that.
Them because it was just an idea. I mean, I think of some of these things, wicked good cupcakes, set two women free for the rest of their lives, base paws, cat DNA testing, Anaskaya, a researcher that came up with this idea, walked away with 105 million cash 36 months later. That's the American dream, and I'm an ambassador for it.
So it's freedom and opportunity, I think you just said. Is it fair to summarize?
It's not about the greed of money. What I've learned is the true American dream is,
opportunity.
it's opportunity. And I see it over and over again, and I'm an ambassador for it all around the world because of the fact that somehow magically this show, and you understand television better than anybody, this thing is on in 54 countries around the world. I can go anywhere and call up the leadership of any place and have a meeting with them because I'm just an ambassador.
You said, why be mad at investors? We're not just mad at the investors. We're mad at the politicians. We're mad at city councils. We're mad at mayors and governor. They all sold us the fuck out. That's why they're not letting you in them town hall meetings. That's why they don't want you talking in the news stations. That's why they passing that shit. We're sold the fuck out. We got to do something. Otherwise, in 20 years, just like he said, in 20 years, our kids is going to be looking at us like, what the fuck happened, Dad? You didn't say anything. You didn't do anything. You didn't at least try to comfort their seats. I'm not saying go do anything crazy, chat. I'm saying at least comfort their seats. If they're not going to care about the community, if they're not going to care about the district that they represent, they have to fucking go. All of this shit, all of these perks, all of this delegating money, all of these backhanded, they have to fucking go. They got to go. It's over with, man. It's up. Vote their ass the fuck out, man. Run them out of town. Make them feel like shit.
Of the American dream. That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's a great thing, the American dream. If freedom and opportunity is what the American dream is, then, those are things worth dying for,
Yes,
I think.
That's what people are doing.
So the question is AI going to bring us freedom and opportunity? Because AI is the big bet that the entire American economy is making right now. And I want it to be a good bet more than anything. But I wonder if it's going to bring us freedom and opportunity. So let's just start with opportunity. The concern that people have is that their jobs, and not just their jobs, but their purpose for being alive, will be replaced by machines. To which you say that's not true. Great things will happen. To which I said, okay, what are those great things? To which you talked about Shark Tank. So I just want to be a little more specific about what the upside of AI is, because then everyone will calm down and feel happy about your data center. What is the upside?
Well, let's start in medicine. Let's use specific cases everybody can understand.
Talking about AI is coming anyway. Build it here or build it somewhere else. Build it somewhere the fuck else. Take that shit out of space. Put it in them damn international waters you don't want people riding through. Give them your house. Give up your house, man. Let them have your pawpaw's land to put a data center on it. Fuck it. Since you so for the data centers, you so for all of this shit, let them have your pawpaw in them land. All the little land you were supposed to inherit and shit, donate that shit to Utah National Security and Kevin O'Leary now.
I was in Miami 2 weeks ago and went for a full body scan, the price of which has dropped 80% in the last 3 years. So in an hour and a half, this machine went right through my body. 2 years ago, it would have taken 3 weeks to get the results, looking for cysts on your liver or whatever it is. With AI, with the agent they had there right at the scan facility, 18 minutes later, it delivered me a report, told me I had an infection in my sinus, that I had a cyst on my kidney that hasn't grown since the last body scan 4 years ago. That was stunning and remarkable.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great. So that's one use case.
You talking about these dudes are so scared of dying. Nigga, I got shit to fucking live for, nigga. We got to have something for future generations. You don't give a fuck about the future generations, man. Like, damn, if we're the most technologically advanced country, we can do all of this and do all of that. We can hear heartbeats from 40 miles away and shit, man. I think we should have been able to solve this data center problem. I think we should be able to have, you know, less environmental risk. I don't think people's light bills should be going up $600. I don't think children should be having heart murmurs and shit. I'm just going to be honest. Like, fuck the kids, fuck the health, fuck the light bill, just fuck everything, man. Oh my God, bro.
Of something very, very important. And that's just medicine. And so if you think about all the things that this can do, including the arts and in music and film and everything, I think the use cases are going to be created by humans who find ways to use the tool. I view it, and maybe you don't agree, as simply a tool. Another example, because it's great to tell people just examples. I've been a photographer my whole life, including a period when I was a professional commercial photographer and a cinematographer of the networks. I've amassed 590,000 images during my career, half of which are on film, not shot with a phone, where you get all the data on it and it knows where it was shot, when it was shot, and everything else, which is easy to index and look for.
See, then here goes somebody talking about same guy who simps for Calci. I ain't never mentioned Calci a day in my fucking life. And if you notice, this is not a Calci ticker. It's a different company's ticker. And you can't even see the company it is, can you? No, all you seen is prediction markets. So how about this? How about you ask what it is before you come in assuming? Because now you look like an ass. Because for one, it's not Calci. For two, you don't know what it is. Obvious, because I don't have the damn company name up there. Talk what you know, not what you think.
So call it 250,000 negatives. How could I possibly catalog that as a human? I couldn't. I don't have enough time left before I'm dead. So I used AI last week with a tool to actually, after scanning all the images, to go look at them for 2 weeks. And now I'm able to just go to this computer and say, find a picture of my wife the day.
Oh, you talking about Kevin O'Leary? All right, my bad. Let me get out your business then. But yeah, nah, that's why I don't put the name of the company up there.
I met her in the gym. Boom. There it is.
Understand what people are going to do for a living if machines are going to be able to do most things that people currently do better than people do them. Like, what is the answer? And a lot of people are honest enough to say nothing. We're just the oligarchs are gonna send out checks to everybody, the bread and circuses, and everyone's just gonna kind of stay home and be obedient. But I don't know that that is a good idea, and I don't know that it works.
I think you're raising a great point. It's a wonderful debate, and it's certainly going on, but it's analogous to the narrative that must have been happening back when the Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line, and everybody that had a buggy looked at it and said, oh no, this is going to wipe me out and there'll be no work for me. That the American economy is very resilient as it develops new sectors.
What happened after the Model T was rolled out? We had two big events in the, say, 40 years after that.
We actually had...
One was the First World War and one was the Second World War. The Industrial Revolution, like all technological change, caused dramatic political and social change, which resulted in the biggest bloodletting in human history. So I'm like, it's worth thinking this stuff through. Like, technological change forces social and political change.
Unfortunately, capitalism and the freedom...
Hold on, Chad, I gotta go find my damn papers. I don't know where my papers is.
It provides is volatile, and it has lots of periods, including the Great Depression, where it taxes the people that support it. But it's still better than the alternative anywhere on Earth, it seems, 200 years later. And so, you know, when you start and looking at the American economy and the vol it's had, it's been unbelievable. But the system, with all its faults, and you're raising some good points, I agree with you. I'm just trying to think what's the alternative. And regarding AI and the ultimate issue around your job issue, and I think it's fair. I'm looking at it differently. I'm looking at it as insurance. I would prefer, even though the future is uncertain, and the outcome, and the end is always near, to quote Jim Morrison. I love that line in his song.
Roadhouse Blues.
The future's uncertain and the end is always near. Words I live by, but it's sort of, if you had to give me the two alternatives, let China do this first or us, I'll take us. And I'm part of that now. And in the controversy of it, we started our conversation. I've never seen a controversy like this. I've never seen attacks like this. I know you have, but I haven't experienced it. And I'm hiring.
Well, I mean, if you take money from taxpayers, you should expect them to weigh in too and take their complaints seriously and not just dismiss them as agents of China.
And you're right, but this has been going on. Incentives, state by state, in every sector happen, even real estate.
Not incentives. It's a forced transfer of wealth from taxpayers to people who are richer than taxpayers. So, like,
no, they're not.
Of course, they have.
You get a tax break to create 2,000 jobs, and the taxpayer wouldn't do it if it wasn't the long-term outcome.
The taxpayer has no choice. The taxpayer has no
choice. They could say no. That's not what happened.
Well, they tried to say no to this data center, and they got laughed at. And then the governor, Spencer Cox of Utah, who really is a kind of living symbol of our ruling class, said that the state has an obligation to do this, and basically, as you are doing, waved away concerns as like foreign propaganda, when I think they're probably non-crazy people who live in Utah are like, why is this good for me? Why should I pay for this?
It's fair. It's fair. All this is fair. How about we forget the data center and just talk about the power for a second? Because there aren't going to be any data centers in America unless we build power generation. Do you have the same visceral reaction to power generation as you do to data centers?
Inversely, I think we need more electricity in the United States, and I think
that's what I'm talking about.
Speaking of agents of China, in fact, if you're looking for agents of China, it's the people who told you that you could live without fossil fuels, that babies wouldn't die without fossil fuels. Babies will die without fossil fuel. Civilization will collapse without fossil fuel, and that right there is the foreign op telling us that people are causing global climate change. People are not causing global climate change substantially. We're having global climate change, as we always have, but to blame it on natural gas is just a flat out lie, and a lot of rich Americans fell for that. So no, I'm strongly for energy. I'm just very concerned about replacing people, their purpose for living, which is to create, with machines. That seems like hell to me, literally hell. So I think it's fair to ask, like, how is this not hell? And no one has been able to answer it.
Yeah, I think trying to stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America. And it's a fair comment.
How is this capitalism if
Damn, Chad, it's all bad, man. It's all bad.
Taxpayers are paying for some of it? How is that?
Double tap that screen for me, Chad. We're 6 likes away from 200 likes. Let's get to 200 likes right quick. I know we are still shadow banned. If you're enjoying the content, be sure to subscribe to the channel.
That capitalism, that seems.
I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius because it couldn't have even thought that far ahead, was the idea of competition between states. Why is there an exodus out of New York City to Miami, where I live? Why are people leaving New Jersey and Massachusetts and moving into my building? Nobody in my building is from Florida. They're all from other states.
I understand.
And all of these people moving, why? Because they're reaching retirement age, and the environment in these other states is not conducive to their lifestyle when they're being
taxed. But I think you're making my point for me. You just listed states that use a higher percentage of taxpayer dollars for private industry, and people are leaving those states. Illinois.
Wait a second.
California, New York.
New York is an inefficiently run.
It may be inefficient, but the principle that politicians can take the public's money and hand it to their friends in business, that's a long-standing practice in New York, California, and Illinois, and relatively uncommon in Florida. So people are moving to the free market state, but you're now saying that actually the beauty of capitalism is that politicians hand other people's money to their friends? That doesn't.
No,
I thought
I'm
that was
not
the
saying
opposite
that.
of
I'm
capitalism.
saying that that is incorrect. I didn't say that. I said what makes capitalism work is competition. And it does work, and it has worked for hundreds of years. And so the concept, you may not like the policy of giving incentives for manufacturers and real estate. You may not like it, and I understand you don't, but you don't have to do it. A state can stop doing it, and then for a while, maybe they'll be less competitive in terms of getting new projects. I didn't make those rules up. I'm a football player on the field of capitalism. I have to play by the rules.
I get it. No, I get it. And I'm not attacking you for it. I'm just wondering, again, occasionally it's worth pausing and asking, are we doing the right thing, even if we've been doing it the same way for a long time? I'll ask just one final question. I'll stop torturing you. But do you see how other people find it unfair that one of the richest people in America, you, in league with the biggest companies in America, Amazon, Microsoft, et cetera, the ones you listed, that the richest people in our society would be taking money from people much poorer than them? That seems very unfair.
You know, Tucker, I'll speak for myself on this. I'm not motivated by money anymore. That is not why I get up and work 18 hours a day. I want to build something incredible. I want my legacy for my children to be something that they're honored by.
Right.
I want to compete against the Chinese. I don't like the Chinese government, in case anybody has noticed that over the last 5 years. I don't like how they treat their people. I don't like how they treat me in business. I simply don't like them. What's motivating me now with all of this barrage, this firestorm, which I understand you've experienced in the past, is I want to beat them in AI. I don't want them controlling the most advanced models, wherever that's taking us, because you bring up great points about the unknown and jobs and everything else. But I want to be part of the team that makes sure our way of life in North America remains the same for my children. I don't give a shit about money anymore. I don't need any more money. I've already been very successful. I'm very lucky, but I'm not finished. I'm very motivated to win. And if people want to compete with me, I want that. If they don't think my motivation is to beat the Chinese, they're wrong. I am going to beat them. I am going to show them these data centers. They're going to be this shining example of how you do this sustainably, because I'm the only guy that is graduated out of environmental studies and builds data centers. No one else on earth has done that.
Do you think, I love the idea. I'm for America above all. Do you think that Microsoft and Amazon and Google will do a good job preserving the American way of life? Are they substantially superior morally to the Chinese government? Do you think that? Those are your tenets?
Yes, I do. And in fact, I deal with
Tell me how. Tell me how is Google?
I'll tell you why. I was talking with the guy yesterday that does is doing the build outs all around the world for Google's data centers. They are on incredible sustainable mission. They are looking at every technology to reduce their need for traditional power sources. And we were talking about the campus in Utah. They have some very advanced thinking on the use of battery, wind, and solar. And so they want to do that. Why? Because their customers want that.
But wait a second. China leads the United States in battery, wind, and solar in development of those technologies.
That's it's a great story, but not in data centers. They don't. They're powering.
No, but hold on. Jumping around a little bit. Yeah. I'm just trying to ask. Okay, so you say you want to preserve the American way of life. That's why you're building this. My question was, okay, well, your tenants are these big companies that are not really American companies, they're publicly traded companies that are owned by the sovereign wealth funds of tons of countries around the world. In what sense are they American companies? In what sense do they have American values? Was my question.
Because they operate under the laws and are headquartered in the United States of America under the regulations. The only reason that Google can raise as much capital as it does from the sovereign wealth, now you're coming into my space, I'm an indexer for sovereign wealth. The only reason 52 cents of every dollar comes to America is the transparency of our laws. and the appellate system and our
Right.
banking system
Exactly.
and the
Copyright.
regulator.
Right.
And
Exactly.
so that's why you find the largest tech companies on earth housed in America, because the regulatory environment and the actual regulatory environment in the context of the globe is the most advanced on earth. So
Get it.
you may hate the SEC, you may not like, regulations, but in fact, it gives an infrastructure where most capital comes here. That's what happens, because the outcomes. Why does France have no Microsoft? Why does Germany not have one? What happened to, the European countries? They and Britain. They don't have any of this tech because they regulated it out of their society. We don't want to change that. We want the innovation here, not the regulation necessarily. But we also
I strongly agree, except to the extent the regulation protects the public.
it's a balance. That's why we
like
trust the
data
government.
centers.
Although a lot of people don't like them. We say, look, at the end of the day, the great example that we could use that you both know, I don't think crypto is going to work until they pass the bill about crypto. They got to finish this infrastructure act so that finally crypto can find its place inside of the 11 sectors of our economy. No one's going to, I'm not investing in crypto until they get that friggin' thing through the house.
May I ask, okay, so just to
Kevin O'Leary is a motherfucking liar. What do you mean, Kevin O'Leary? You were one of the biggest fucking shields for Solana, bro. Like, Kevin O'Leary, get the fuck out of here. I was around for that. Did Kevin O'Leary think like we weren't around for that, nigga? I'm just finna type Kevin O'Leary Solana in, bro. I'm just gonna type it in. Let's see what it pulls up. Kevin O'Leary Solana. Kevin O'Leary explains why he likes Solana. Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary's enthusiasm for cryptocurrencies hasn't dimmed even as prices have fallen. He says he believes Solana and Polygon are going to be two of the most whatever. That's the farther I'm going to read the article. Like, dude, you're a shilling Solana. Solana came out, got caught faking transactions, counting everything that moved on the network as a transaction, overinflating the numbers. Now you're just not into crypto anymore. Like, dude, I was fucking around 2022, Kevin O'Leary. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
to your second point about the American dream, there was
same thing. He was shilling Polygon Matic. When Polygon went and got the contract with Disney, right? Y'all remember when Polygon Matic went and got the contract with Disney? Kevin O'Leary was shilling Polygon in. Polygon was like fucking under $1. It was like 70, 80 cents, 90, yeah, like 70, 80 cents. They got the partnership with Disney. Polygon shoots up to like $2, $3. Kevin O'Leary is the main shield for that shit. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Opportunity, I think, the ability to be judged on your actions, on your behavior, on your character, to be treated equally. And there was also freedom. And so I think many people have deep concerns about AI's effect on freedom. You said yourself, the purpose of AI is in part surveillance.
Yeah.
What is the point? Right. So what is that? What does that look like? I asked, what jobs does it create? Couldn't get an answer. Now I'm going to ask you a more specific question.
Well,
what surveillance
you can't get an answer from me because nobody knows what jobs it's going to create yet.
Thank
but
you
I would
for
say
admitting that.
Well, of course, but I've always seen every technology that has been loathed as it's come in always creates new jobs, and I assume the same for this tool. It's just a tool. So the surveillance is a great point. We have laws regarding surveillance, and we have laws that restrict the government, and they're built into the Constitution. And we have free speech. All of these things remain the same. They don't change with AI.
Well, they did until.
And this is the thing, chat. It was so bad, chat, that the fucking investment bankers, the investors and shit like that, they kept Solana alive, chat. I remember, chat, I had a friend. He bought Solana at like, I want to say right at $100, like maybe 98, 99 bucks. And I was telling him, like, look, Solana's overvalued, bro. It might be a good to go-to move because the investors are behind it. Boom. Solana gets caught faking transactions. FTX gets caught up in that scam. Solana goes to Terra Luna. It was Terra Luna. Terra Luna collapsed right before fucking FTX collapsed. It was Terra Luna. FTX collapsed. Solana went to the fucking floor, like back down to like 20, $30, bro. Now, the investment bankers pumped Solana back up immediately. When I say they poured, so it was like it was too big to fail. They treated Solana like it was systemic. They treated Solana like after that fucking FTX crash, bro. After Terra Luna collapsed, you see Terra Luna never made it back. FTX coin or whatever it was never made it back. What made it back? Solana, the investment groups, the investment bankers, these guys, the Kevin O'Leary's made sure Solana wouldn't fail. It was too big to fail. It was rigged, bro. I was there for that.
Last week, when the president led the charge to change the law and allow warrantless spying on Americans.
Yeah.
In
Okay. Well, wait a second.
in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. So
Yeah.
obviously the Constitution doesn't matter to the people in charge.
No, it
or they
does.
wouldn't-
Every
okay.
administration is kept in check by the Supreme Court, including this one. And so that's why the founding fathers created this structure. And I think it works, and I trust it for one, and I'm willing to, have my kids who are Americans grow up here, and I want to protect them.
Okay,
and
so
I'm gonna do
what
I
kind of
can.
surveillance? I mean, it seems like AI will make it possible to know what every American is doing at all times. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would say that's not AI that's going to do that. I would say now with the amount of high resolution video and surveillance that is built into every street corner, that's how they solve a lot of crimes. Now, if you don't like
Do they
that,
solve a lot of crimes?
And y'all are still with this dude? This dude's talking about bringing the fucking police state here, man. He's talking about George Orwell, 1984, man. This is what he wants. This is why he wants the data center. He wants to be the one in control of that shit. He wants leverage. Maybe he can't be in control because he doesn't have the tech, but this is how he can set his foot into the door. By being the compute. Yeah, I don't control the damn tech, but I control the compute. I have value in this new system. Do y'all get it now? Are y'all seeing it now? He doesn't give a fuck about you. He's lost touch. Listen to this dude, man. Everybody's like, oh, well, Plug, that's not going to be such a bad world. That'll stop a lot of crime. Until they say the shit that was legal yesterday is illegal tomorrow. Until they say you could talk shit about Trump and you could talk shit about Biden and you could talk shit about Obama and you could talk shit about Bush yesterday, you can't do it tomorrow. Oh, we about to start taxing mileage and shit. You want to drive your car over 100 miles a week? We finna tax you. We don't need you to report how many miles you drove. We got flock cameras and AI for that. We know exactly how many miles you drove. This is what this guy wants. Not this one. This one.
Has the
well, they do.
Has the closure rate for murders in our big cities, like what percentage of murders are in New York City or Chicago or Detroit are solved?
I don't track the
pretty
murder
low
rate.
actually. Yeah. It's lower in this
the
country
the
than
point
a lot
is
of civilized
surveillance
countries.
is a great issue, but the enhancement of surveillance with AI tools is how you now walk through the Dubai airport, and you also walk through some airports here in the U.S. Facial recognition technology has finally got to the resolution using AI's tools.
Facial recognition technology has finally got to where it needs to. At least Kevin O'Leary's not sugarcoating this shit. At least he's saying he's saying what the fuck's going on. He's not telling his truth that I believe, but he's saying what's going on. Yes, when your ass walking Target, when you're checking out at Walmart, when you're going through the damn tollway, when your license plate hits this, when you're dropping your kid off at school, when you're pumping gas outside of the shell, when all of these traffic cameras. Gone are the days of investigation. Investigators, the police, that shit's done. That shit's damn near done too, man. They're gonna have it all, and it's gonna be in real time evaluating. And soon as something happens, they have the chain of events. From the time you was inside of your house to the time you walked out of it, they got the chain of events. They got the chain of events. And then they're trying to pass some shit to where anybody within a certain area of a crime scene, their phones and their devices should be checked as well. They're trying to pass some legislation like that. Like, hey, if something happened around here, everybody in the immediate area gets their devices taken and searched. It's crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, bro.
It's going to run through your data center. There'll be pictures of all of us in your data center.
Every data center.
But, right.
Charlotte, Charlotte, come in here. Don't come in here fucking typing in all caps in my chat. I'm going to need you to sit the fuck down somewhere and be quiet, jumping on my couches and shit. You said, how much do I get paid for fear-mongering? Not enough. Donate to the fucking channel. I got a Cash App, a PayPal, and some Super Chats. Memberships are available too. Not a fucking enough, because I didn't sell out. I didn't take the money from the right. I didn't take the money from the left. I didn't sell my channel out to one of these agencies where they could get creative control. So not a fucking enough. Donate to the channel.
You don't have to opt into that program, by the way. I do it for convenience. I'm not hiding anything.
Well, it's on street corners, as you said. So it's anytime you're in public, your face is being surveilled by the U.S. government.
It is, but I'm not doing nefarious things. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not stealing any money from anybody. So
the definition of nefarious changes, as you know. I mean, hundreds of thousands of American citizens were sent to concentration camps by Franklin Roosevelt because they were Japanese.
Correct.
So in 1940, it was not a crime to be Japanese. In 1941, it was. So the definition does change, as you know.
It's true. So you could have those concerns, but I asked.
Just told Charlotte to stop typing in all caps. She typed in lowercase. I read it, didn't acknowledge it. Now this bitch want to type in caps, all caps again. So this is what we going to do to you, Charlotte. We just going to put you in timeout, man. You going to have to watch this shit, or you going to have to swipe up on the live and get the hell out. That's all you. Let me not pin your message. Hold on. Let me put you in timeout for 5 minutes. Go sit in the corner, man. Drink your juice box. Look around or something.
You again, Tucker.
I do.
No, and I know you do, but I ask you again, and you haven't answered my question. Do you want the insurance policy or not? Would you, with all of the nefarious concerns about AI, which outcome do you prefer as an American for your family? Would you prefer all of us that are developing these data centers put down our shovels and stop while the Chinese accelerate theirs? Would you like that?
Well, I see it kind of a different question. I see the question,
no, you're not answering
I want to be, let me answer your question in the following way. Do I want to become like China in order that we can, quote, beat China? Not at all. The problem with China, from my perspective, is that it surveils its citizens and it limits their ability to say what they think and to oppose existing power. That's why China is bad, I thought. Because there are a lot of things about China that are great, but what I don't like about China is the totalitarian approach it has towards its own population.
I agree with you.
You're making it possible for our government to have the same approach, and our government already does. They're surveilling us at all times. Most Americans don't even know they're being watched. There are license plate readers, there are facial recognition cameras everywhere. And the question is why? So the crime rate can go down, and well, it hasn't gone down. So, of course, the real reason is to make you obedient, obviously.
No, I have a different vision of the future.
Why do we still have crime?
Everybody, but now hear me out. Here's what I think is going to happen, because I'm enjoying this conversation. Let me, as I know we come to a close soon, but here's where I think we're going to be in 20 years, okay?
Yeah.
I believe in 20 years, and this is my vision of what's going to occur, and I think I'm a great guy to actually do this because I have a foot in both economies. I think by the time the 20th year, I'm going to make it in 10 years. It may not be with this.
Kevin is the bridge. Like, we have to realize what these people are, who these people are, and the positions that they play. Kevin is the bridge between legacy banking and the technocrats. He's kind of working in a gray area right now. Kevin's working in a gray area right now. And that's the reason he's moving the way he's moving.
Administration or the administration in Canada, the two economies are going to emerge for one reason.
Which two economies?
Canada has all the raw resources, the largest consumer on Earth has. And it's crazy that we're fighting on this stuff. It's crazy.
I agree.
It makes no sense.
Totally agree.
And so we should merge these economies. You don't have to merge the countries. you merge the economies, you get an EU type situation where you allow freedom of movement across the border and you allow no tariffs on all the stuff we need, the rare earth Canada has, the water, the paper, all that stuff. And
so you got to understand, Chad, that these people understand a key concept to this whole geopolitical landscape, to this whole technocrats versus investment banking. I want this to stick with y'all. Watch how these people maneuver using proximity to power. These people understand proximity to power. This is what Kevin O'Leary is doing now. When I say he is the bridge, he is the gap, he's probably the only one in this space, in his area, moving into this new world that they're trying to create. Kevin O'Leary is proximity to power when it comes to the investment world. He's been there. He just said it. When it comes to the environmental world, like he said, we know Bill Gates. What do he say? Google, Microsoft. We know Bill Gates has a lot to do with environmental stuff, the mosquitoes, the beef, the everything. He's the one trying to put cameras in space to watch every inch of the earth 24/7. Then you have the technocrats. That's why he's into the data centers. That's why he's into the compute and shit like that. Kevin O'Leary's moving through this gray area. So what the fuck is going on?
the only reason we're going to do that is so we can take 5% of our GDP, which will be the largest on earth by around 25%. No one will be close to us if you merge those two together, and the benefits that accrue. For one reason, to tell the Chinese, don't fuck with us. That's basically what's going to happen because they want to fuck with us big time. And that's my belief. And I think I'm right. I think that's what's going to happen. And AI and compute and all this stuff, that's a side story. We have to keep all of our tech ahead of theirs, including data centers and everything.
Like chat, most people that want to be politicians, they have to go get friends who are what? They're not going to go get politician friends, chat. What kind of friends are they going to go get? What kind of circles are they going to go get in? What kind of proximity to power do we see these politicians go get? It's not other politicians. It's damn sure not the regular people. What is it? Investment bankers. They need the money. They need the funding. They need the NGOs. They need the campaigns. It's proximity to power. And now that proximity to power is shifting from the investment bankers and these fabricated, manipulated markets that if a true bank run comes, they won't be able to stop the fucking needle from falling. I mean, the knife from falling. They'll have to move their hand. They can't catch that knife. So they're shifting their proximity to power from the investment bankers to the technocrats. That's why you see all of the technocrats. How many politicians did Trump take with him to China? How many? Probably a few people from his cabinet. We just seen J.D. Vance doing a speech. He's not there. He's holding shit down. He took the technocrats there. He took Meta, Nvidia, Elon, everybody. OpenAI. He took everybody there. Shit is crazy. Proximity to power, Chad. And the power is shifting.
Else, but ultimately, they are our adversary on our way of life.
Then can I ask our way of life, right? So I would think, since you disagree with the Chinese way of life, which is pretty civilized in a lot of ways, but the one way in which it's barbaric is that it grants its citizens no real rights. And so I would think that you would be very worried about aping their system, which we are now doing. Like they have total surveillance. It's panopticon in China. We should create our own. Let's take 40,000 acres in Utah and make it possible for the government to know where you are at all times and what you're thinking.
Another thing, chat, like when you talk about proximity to power, it's kind of like, what circles are you in? What can you get accomplished? Like me, chat. I did music. I was a promoter. I do YouTube. I have my proximity to power would more than likely be the event space, the promoter space. I know all of the DJs. I know all of the artists. I know all the videographers. I know all the cameramen. I know all the video girls. That's my proximity to power. If somebody comes to me, I won't have to go outside of my circle to get that event done. Now, when we look at it on a larger scale in the political atmosphere, same thing. Young up and coming politician gets around the investment bankers. What do the investment bankers know? They know the shakers and movers. They know how to run political campaigns. Why? Because they have certain initiatives that they want to get pushed through. They have lobbyists. They have all of this shit. Now you get around the technocrats. Shit, all policy is being pushed around AI right now. AI is the hot topic. And there's an executive order to what? Deregulate AI. AI is the gray area of America right now. There's an executive order to not slow it down. I'm gonna let this play out though, Chad.
Listening to you on your phone, like we have that. I
But
would
again,
think you'd be upset about
you
that.
have to you have to choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese in compute power. And then use the laws of the United States to make sure that you keep that compute power in check whichever way you want. But to not
Now this is the thing. You come in here saying, shut the hell up, bro. You don't know anybody of relevance, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of people that are relevant. I know a lot of people that have motion. Do I know the most powerful people in the world? Fuck no, I don't. But to say I don't know anybody of importance is crazy. It's rather crazy.
not have it available to put down my shovel, I don't think people want me to do that. Even the
What I'm trying to get y'all to understand is, Chad, I've been doing this right here every day for 2 years. You don't think I get emails from people that has shit going on? You don't think these people have tried to sway my opinion one way or another? You don't think these people have tried to get me to bash black people online like you see these other people doing for a check? You don't think that's happened?
people in Box Elder, the majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging. And that's basically the debate we're having.
How
and
do
all
you
of these
know? How do you know that the majority
because
of
they
people?
voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys.
There was a referendum.
Dispatch, like all this crap that's being spewed out.
Wait,
in the
wait,
last
so hold
40
on. Yeah, and I may have fallen for some of it, so you correct me. There was a referendum among citizens, or did some like county board vote?
We actually went through the whole process that you have to do by their laws, and were granted 3-0. The commissioners of the county said, we
Oh,
want to
so
be part
three
of this.
people voted. The people of the
They're
county
elected
didn't vote.
officials. That's
Oh.
how you do it. There's
How
no other
hard
way
is
to
it
do it.
for Kevin O'Leary and Amazon and Microsoft and Google to subvert three county commissioners in rural Utah?
Tucker,
Pretty tough.
they asked us to come. They asked us to bring $15 billion. They asked and they voted, and it was a 3-0 vote. That's how it got done. There's no other way to
Amazon,
do
Google,
it.
and Kevin O'Leary got 3 county commissioners in rural Utah on their side. Good work. But can I just ask you really quick, like, why don't you have a referendum? Why don't you let all citizens, all taxpayers, the ones who are paying for your project, why don't they get to pay or vote?
Well, listen, the whole idea of expediting it was so the project didn't go to Jacksonville, Mississippi. That's the competition. And so the government there said, okay, look, we've done because we haven't lost our we have to go through EPA. We have to go through air quality. We have to go through the water permitting. We have to go through the land construction permitting. Nothing.
He just said the quiet part out loud. He doesn't give a fuck what the people there think. It's all about, he doesn't give a fuck about the AI initiative in a whole. He lied to us. He just sat there and said he didn't give a fuck about the money. And then at the very end of the episode, he tells the truth. We didn't want it to go to Jacksonville, Mississippi. Why not? Why not? If you only care about it for America's national security, if you only care about it because the Chinese get it, why do you need to be involved? Why did it have to go to you? Why did you have to get those 3 county commissioners on your side by doing whatever you did to convince them? If it's all about national security as you have on your hat, if it's all about beating China, Why couldn't it have went to Jacksonville? Are you not a team player, Kevin? Are you not a team player, Kevin?
Thing's been lost. There's no circumventing the process. And that's what we're doing now. So if you want to block the water permit or whatever, go ahead. I mean, if you think that's a good idea, if there's a path to do that, we're going to do it the way we've been told by the law. By the way, I got to go soon, but I would love to keep going.
Kevin
I'm
O'Leary,
sorry.
I sure appreciate it. And I hope that when my personal data comes through your data center, you will filter it.
Tucker, I think I'm going to
fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy. Look, Tucker's trying to gain favor right now. Like he's laughing and shit, but that's dead ass serious, bro. Like that's where I'm telling y'all, chat. When I get on here and talk, sometimes I don't just be fucking trolling. I'm like dead ass serious. I'm dead. When I say he's positioning himself, because he comes from that investment banking world, he doesn't have the AI. He doesn't have tools. What does he have? He has funding. He has proximity to power. He can buy out these commissioners if need be, allegedly. Why? To etch his name in the game and compute. You have to come through me. And Tucker just let the world subtly know that you gotta come through Kevin O'Leary. We're talking about 40,000 acres, 62.5 square miles, the size of 2,000 Walmarts. Tucker just said, when my data comes through your data center, please just filter it for me. He's laughing and shit, but he's dead fucking ass serious. That's what's going on. That's the kind of power he's gonna have. 62 fucking miles of data center.
tell when people ask me what was it like, I'm going to say, he told me to get my shovel out and keep digging. That's it.
I very much did not say that. Not digging for a data center. I don't know. Build like an antibiotics factory. I'd be for that.
Thank you very much. Take care, my friend.
You
know I'm a huge fan, and I really am.
I appreciate
I love the shit you take and the shit you give. I really do. All right.
Doesn't bother me at all. Thanks a million.
Thank you. Take care. Ciao. Bye-bye.
All right, chat. I just dropped the phone number. We're going to take a few call-ins. Please don't call in trolling. I'm trying to get a few good calls in tonight. I was going to play that Candace episode, but I'd rather just take some call-ins because we don't do that often. Right now, I got the phone line pent. I'm about to pull up the phone line so anybody can call in, give your thoughts and opinions, ask me a couple questions or push back on some of my points. Just don't call in here fucking playing. Don't call up here playing. The phone number is pinned in the chat. Crazy, bro.
Call from.
This is Jeremy calling in.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
What's going on, Jeremy? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How we doing?
I'm doing well. Chat, let me know if you can hear Jeremy in the chat. Go ahead, Jeremy. You got the floor. Matter of fact, tell the chat tell the chat about how old you are and what region of the country you're from, so they can have a little background.
All right. Well, I'm 49. I'm from New Orleans originally, but I live in Northern California.
Okay, Jeremy. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Man, that Kevin Leary's on some bullshit. That's all I got to say about that. That dude you were on point with what you were saying. He's a technocrat. Well, he's in the middle. He's middlemaning, and he's a sellout. All the billionaires, all the dudes that went with Trump to China they're selling us out. Peter Thiel is Epstein class. I'm pretty sure didn't Peter Thiel go with Trump?
I believe if he didn't go, representation went. They said it was over $1 trillion on Air Force One. That was before Nvidia's CEO got on there. Before Nvidia's CEO got on there, it was $1 trillion on Air Force One.
Wow. Yeah, that's just insane, man. So I mean, it's obvious that This country is ran by corporate technocrats. This is, 1984 in full effect. I mean, we are here, and this AI revolution is here to enslave us, man. It's the enslavement grid. Hands down, I think that they have decided to warp speed this thing because we're useless eaters to these people, man. We're useless eaters. The Georgia Guidestones that they blew up said that they want to get the world's population down to 500 million people.
Yes. So I do believe these people are accelerationists. Actually, I took a dogma test the other day. They say I'm a biblically literal, prophetic, independent. So I believe that everything that's going on right now, they're trying to force fulfill prophecy. I do believe that when you take into consideration the geopolitical landscape, culture, religion, and even the algorithms as far as this propaganda, it's all a funnel. It's all a funnel into them force fulfilling prophecy, into the mark of the beast.
Agreed, hands down, man. I believe that it is self-fulfilling prophecy, like you say, man. And they're trying to ring in Armageddon. And honestly, I believe that that all this technology is the mark of the beast. I don't know exactly how it'll show up. It could be, Elon's Neuralink. It could be the microchip. You've heard the term under the skin.
Correct.
And we've heard a lot of biblical prophetic folks say not to get it under the skin, because once you combine getting it under the skin, once you combine the microchip under the skin with the frequencies, especially once it gets to 6G, then they've got us. That's full enslavement.
So we listened to Peter Thiel kind of give his dogma, his ideologies, maybe about 2 weeks ago, and he believes that the Antichrist is a collective that wants to stop the progression of technology. He believes environmentalists, basically the tree huggers, the ones that are against the data centers. He believes that's the Antichrist, and though that's a lot about what his
Well, then I guess I'm the Antichrist. And so are you.
lecture is. Another, but he has a lot of different things, because he also says, why would the Antichrist be bad? He was like, well, if this guy's gonna come around, bring 1,000 years of peace, why would it be bad? So he has private lectures, and he gives his dogma and his ideologies on it, but it kind of sways back and forth. You know where he stands, but you never have a full scope of what's going on. It's kind of like you just know what ballpark he's in.
Well, because I think, I hear what you're saying, and I think a lot of these people, they don't even really know where they stand. We heard Kevin O'Leary sound confused as anybody else about where this thing's going. They're accelerating us into a place where we don't even know what's going to happen. A lot of people theorize or prophesize what's going to happen, and we all think we know, probably those of us that are rationally minded people like you and we all can probably discern where this is all headed, but nobody really knows. It's a big giant. We're just accelerating into the abyss. Have no idea where this is headed, man. But it can't be headed anywhere good when there's going to be no jobs by 2035. I heard the other day that by 2030 we're going to have 50% less jobs. By 2035, they're saying 85% less jobs. So how is that good for humanity?
They're talking about universal high income. They've been rolling out UBI in those cities like Baltimore. They say the first pandemic was a test, especially when they rolled out the PUAs, EDDs, shit like that.
Is that good though? I mean,
no, but it's not good at all. But
that's scary, man.
It's not good, but it's a solution.
Yeah.
If all else fails, I mean, shit, something's gonna have to go on.
Right, but I would say we're becoming more and more useless eaters at that point. If we're living off their universal basic income, it's going to be survival of the fittest.
And then people have jobs in the VR world right now. So like you I forgot what it was. Was it Starbucks that was trying that out where they were actually paying like 16 an hour for people to work in their coffee shops in the VR? So I'm sure some of that'll
Wow.
come in as well.
Yeah, I could see cryptocurrency, playing a role in that in the virtual reality. You earn money through crypto. I could see situations where we're like the Hunger Games too. Where entire areas of cities, you get paid to live out real world type, like gang stalking and different. There's a guy that I read. I don't remember his name right now, but he's writing. He wrote games. He was making games for Sony and another company, and now they're talking about making games that are like virtual reality, but they're actually really played in real world areas of cities where they block it off, and they had this whole thing, and he says when pretty soon when nobody's got any jobs, it's going to be real world Hunger Games type stuff.
Nah, let me
That's
answer
where
this
we're headed,
question.
man. It's apocalyptic, bro.
Let me answer this question in the chat. No, Amber, I started this channel. Honestly, chat, I've been on the internet for a long time. So I had my first YouTube video was posted in 2019. It was a fight. I got in a fight, posted it. It went like not viral, but viral around my hometown for whatever, to say that. So then probably about 2015, 2016. Yeah, about 2016, 2017. That's when the vlog era was out. So I was doing like daily vlogs, and then this channel just kind of came about. My friend was doing blogs, like he was a blogger. Like I did the fight video, then I was vlogging, then my friend was a blogger. He had a blog channel, and I used to go on his panels on his blog channel, and then I just ended up starting my channel, but I didn't want to really cover the same topics he covered. So I kind of came over here to this lane. But that's how it happened, Amber.
No, I'm glad you're on here, man, and you're speaking truth, and we need as much of that as possible, bro. I'm gonna let you go in case anybody else wants to call in, but I dig your channel, man. I'm on here quite a bit these days, and I'll keep coming back.
Hey, man, I sure do appreciate you, man. We'll hear from you next time.
God bless you, my friend.
You as well. God
Thank
bless you. All right, chat. We got the phone lines back open, man. That was a pretty good call, a pretty productive call, man. Yeah. Yeah, I can't play that fight video on here. YouTube don't like to play fight videos, and I was only like 15 or 16 years old, so I definitely can't play that video on here. It's still on YouTube though. And what's so crazy is my friend that recorded it, he posted like 2 fights. Like he started his YouTube channel and he posted 2 fights. This back when people had the camcorder. And I just think about that shit all the time. I tell him, bro, like if you would have just kept posting fight videos, bro, you would be worth like at least 6 figures right now, bro. I ain't gonna say 6 figures. I meant to say like 7 or 8. He'd be worth like 7 or 8 figures, bro. He was posting fight videos in 2009. Like if he was still posting fight videos from now to 2009, yeah, he'd be worth like 7, 8 figures. Cause this is before fight videos were really even on YouTube. It was all World Star then. All the fight videos was World Star and shit. He was on YouTube with it. Nobody else wants to call in? Yeah, I had a couple World Star moments. Yeah, I fought this one dude, Chad. He had just moved to town. You know what I'm saying? He just moved to town, and I guess he was trying to get off on me. Like, I guess, I don't know. He was trying to prove himself. But anyways, Chad, after we fought, I beat him up and shit. We ended up getting cool like a couple years later. And then now that since we've been grown, it's like he moved away. He moved back home, but we keep in contact like on social media, and we used to play the game together, like 2K. He went viral one day, Chad. I'm talking about cussing the police out, bro. Like, I mean, I seen him post the video, Chad. He posted the video at like 9 in the morning, and they had like maybe 5, 10,000 views, bro. When people got off of work, Chad, I think that Facebook video hit like 2 million views in the first 24 hours, bro. Like, he was getting so many death threats, like he had to turn his messenger off for cussing out the police. That shit was crazy. Good night, Matt. I'm waiting on somebody to call in. I guess nobody else want to call in. Well, if y'all don't want to call in, y'all know what time it is. No cap. Do I think Tucker will run in 28? No. I don't think Tucker would dare go against JD Vance. I don't see Tucker going against JD Vance.
Call from.
It's Tanya Bones.
To accept, press
Who
1.
the
To
fuck they
send a
say that
voicemail,
was?
press 2. Call from.
Hey, this is Ray J.
Man,
To
hell
accept,
nah,
press
bro.
1. To send a voicemail,
Bro,
press
why
2.
is they calling me talking about they Candace Owens and Ray J? Who is this? What's up, Ray J?
How you doing, brother? Hey, good to be on here. I was watching your show and wanted to give you a little insight.
Okay, go ahead. You got the floor. What region you from and how old are you?
I am 40 and I'm here in Miami, Florida.
Okay.
Actually.
All right,
Yep.
go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah, I do a ton of corporate shows, and I have seen, the rollout of AI and all this stuff. So, I have a little theory about this because what I've been seeing is basically with the data centers and with the quantum computing, they're basically planning to just take over absolutely everything. I mean, I know that they have already been, collecting data from all the social media and stuff like that, but all that's kind of like limited. What I see with AI is the reason why they're pushing it so much is because they're basically going to build an infrastructure where basically all the information from all the companies, even the patents, copyrights, everything that nobody, not even the CEOs. I mean, like when you're being a CEO, you have some information, but you don't have all the information. Imagine having all the information from every single company.
I know exactly what you mean because I watched that D-Wave quantum computer when they first rolled it out on that TED Talk, and that guy
Right.
was saying he was just explaining about how it could look basically at everything at the internet at the same time. It's omnipresence throughout the internet. He also said that that the quantum computer. This was back in 2010. Chat. The quantum computer confirmed parallel realities, and he said they were in these parallel realities extracting resources, bringing them back to ours.
Wow. I mean, imagine how much power we're now. They want every single employee using AI. So the AI is basically gathering all your data, not just from your company, but from every single employee that is in there. And it's learning how to do everything that you do and your employees. So, just think about this. You're a CEO of a company. All your employees, they report to you, right? But you don't know 1,000% of what is in their mind, what they're doing, absolutely all the time. You see what I'm saying? Well, so they want you to use this thing because is basically learning from you everything that you do, and it's gathering all this data and storing all this data so that they can have absolute knowledge, which is the whole point, is, to
Right.
gather
They're
all
putting you
the
in these
knowledge.
funnels. They're going to put you in these funnels where they control your thinking. But also, Apple filed the patent for the AirPods that can read your brain waves to actually know what you're thinking.
Which is incredible, and that's why they wanted to install all this nano technology on people, is because they want to start reading your radio waves and your brain so that they can kind of like see what you're even thinking. That's the power they want to have, is to see what people are thinking, and then which is to me that is the beast, because it's a godlike figure, where you have what they're building right now, which is this monster, and
Yeah, you
basically
seen they're gonna have downloadable skills. Downloadable skills. So that's what I'm saying. Like nowadays they say it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert or something. Once they
right.
get the AI and I guess the way that they do it correct, it'll be downloadable skills. Like 10,000 hours worth of work you'll learn instantaneously. So they're gonna make people hook up or get left.
I
And
mean,
Elon also
if
said
you,
too.
I
Did you?
believe if you
Let me,
hook up,
let me
if you hook up to it,
hold on. Let me ask you this: Have you
you'll
seen?
be replaced.
Have
You
you
will be
seen?
replaced.
Correct. But have you seen the glasses that Elon is about to drop? It's like Neuralink glasses. It's from the same company with Neuralink, but it's glasses, and you're supposed to be able to see in all different light spectrums, infrared, night vision. You'll be able to see in it'll make the blind see, and not only can the blind see, you'll be able to see in every single vision.
No, I'm not familiar. I have done hundreds of events. I actually did the D Wave show that you're talking about. I was at the Boca Resort here, and I was part of that, that event. And I haven't been seeing Elon too much, to be honest. I don't know, after the the little breakout with Trump. I don't know. I haven't seen too much, but I have not been able to keep up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know he's working on Neuralink. I know he's working on all these things, which also point to me that either it's gonna be him or somebody that is going to bring in the end game. I mean,
Hold
the
on.
end game is to
Hold
plug
on.
people in.
Damn,
large
my
ones.
bad, caller. My bad, my bad, Ray J. I got a
Yeah, no.
person in the chat saying Max. Max says, pretty sure the reason why he's not familiar with this is because it doesn't exist. Now, Max, when I pull up this video, I'm gonna need you to donate to my fucking channel because I'm going out of my way to prove a point to you, nigga. So I'm gonna need you to donate to my channel, Max. Go ahead, though, Ray J, because Max trying to,
Right.
discredit us. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like what I'm saying is, the end game is what they're trying to pull out right now, and that is basically, like you're saying, plug people into these things so that they can become godlike. That's really what they're trying to do, is become God. And they're promising the same thing as is in the Bible, that they told Eve and Adam, if you eat from the tree of knowledge, right, which is whatever, I mean, I don't have the exact, wording. I gotta reread it, but I have an idea that, if you eat from these fruits, right, you'll be all knowing, right? And this is why, that's what they're going to try to sell you. But instead, what they're going to do is they're going to replace you, clone you, get rid of you, because they really want just total control.
Right.
And that's why the data centers are so I mean, I don't understand why people don't see. Why would you need football fields of computers to just gather data? I mean, how much data are you gathering that you need more power than an entire city just to power this thing? I mean, how?
Nah, most definitely. Let me play this damn video for the guy in the chat. This is the video right here. It's multiple videos out here. Elon's new project is called Blind Sight. So he has Neuralink. Neuralink is now coming out with a new project called Blind Sight, and this is what Elon talking about it. So you saying that it doesn't exist? Shut the fuck up and listen.
In the next 6 to 12 months, we'll be doing our first implants for vision, where even if somebody's completely blind, we can write directly to the visual cortex. But long term, you would have very high resolution and be able to see in multispectral wavelengths. You could see in infrared, ultraviolet, radar. It's like a superpower situation. In the next
Boom. So now you hear it. You heard it from the horse's mouth. This was a few months ago. This was like maybe 2 months ago. He said in the next 6 to 12 months, they finna start putting this shit in people's head. This shit ain't no game. It's already here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that. I mean, I have the. I don't know. Have you seen the Ray-Ban, the Meta glasses?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, I thought it was a really interesting thing to, basically do a little bit of blogging, YouTube, some social media, because it's easy to basically just record right away, and then you're recording everything that you're seeing, which is cool because that's what you want to show, like what I'm saying, what you actually see. So
thank you, Najee, for the donation. My bad, cutting you off. Thank you, Najee, for the donation. I hope you do have a good night. Thank you for always supporting me, Najee. You can finish though. I'm calling.
Awesome. So yeah, I at the beginning I bought them, and then I realized something was really off about this thing. But then I found out that there was a whistleblower that came out that they were storing everything that you do 24/7. And they were putting it into these clouds, and they had these third-party companies that basically were doing data gathering. And I know there's a company somewhere in, I don't know if it was Africa or something, but a whistleblower came out and said that they saw footage of people, having sex and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, but they're gathering that data 24/7. Also,
but long term,
I heard that they also have.
I just thought about this. I'm sorry to cut you off. Elon might be the fucking Antichrist, bro. He's making the damn cripple walk and the blind see, bro. Elon might fuck around and be the Antichrist. Yo, I wasn't sold on it before, but Elon fuck around might be the Antichrist, bro.
But I don't understand why they had that fallout with Trump. That's why I'm still puzzled about that one.
It might be. I don't know.
Because, I mean, Trump is looking like the Antichrist, too. I don't know. But he's putting everybody in place for, I mean, at the beginning, I thought the guy was not too bad. But now it's just getting, he's putting people in power that.
Bro, I don't know, because Elon's making like paraplegics be able to play the game and do all kind of other shit. He says that he's gonna be able to help them walk and do other shit eventually. Now he says in 6 to 12 months he's finna make the blind fucking see. Not only is they gonna be able to see, they're gonna see. And no, it's not. They're not glasses. They're not glasses. They're gonna go in and bypass. They're gonna bypass the visual.
They've been having that, and actually on the Meta glasses, they don't tell you this, because I know there's some glasses that are coming out that are gonna have augmented reality, and there's some that don't have it. I have the older version, doesn't have the augmented reality thing, but they basically have an interface in the background. You can't see this. It's not available for the public. Is for them to see, and basically they don't tell you that, but The meta glasses have night vision where they're looking at everything at night. You can't even see, but they're still seeing. And they have in the background platform, the interface they see in the background at night. And they're gathering and seeing everything that you're doing, listening to what you're saying, and gathering all that data. I mean, that's really, really scary. I mean, at the beginning, I was like, oh, whatever. But, now I just put them away, log them into something and put them away. I don't keep them around, like. But, yeah, I just wanted to give you a little insight, because like I said, I've been on the road doing all these kinds of corporate events, and I've been seeing them push the AI so much on companies, smaller companies, and the reason why they're doing that is because, like I said, is they're trying to have everybody buy into it. That way they can superpower this thing, I mean, I don't think we have yet real quantum computing, but I mean, once they go into the quantum computing and then the data centers are built, that's gonna be like a game over. Like, I don't know what can stop these things from, I mean, I'm hearing that CEOs are getting blackmailed by AI. I mean, I don't know.
No, correct. And then people who just bypassing this, you said they can already gather all the data they want with our computers, the iPhones. They don't need much more. Yes, they do. Because we're getting into the point of social credit scores. We're getting into the point of all of that. And people are like, oh, well, that's not a big deal. Well, guess what? You know how in the United States you can't hang with a felon if you're a felon. Well, you got a cousin or a brother or a sister whose social credit score is a little too low, or they said something a little crazy online. Your ass can't be around them, or it's gonna drop your social credit score.
Exactly.
And they need a system to implement this. They need this beast system to implement this, and it's gonna be.
They need a way to enforce what they want, which is they wanna basically blackmail the public with their own money. So what they're gonna say is, no, you can't say that. We're gonna take your bank account, and that's why they have right now a link. I know that Trump set up this one system they're putting right now together with Peter Thiel. What's it called?
Yes, look at Palantir, but I'm talking about
Palantir. Yeah,
I'm talking about the Uyghurs, like the Uyghurs in China. Like they haven't been able to contact the regular Chinese in a long time. Families can't contact families, none of that shit. You get caught contacting them, your ass is in trouble. Your ass in trouble. Now
because you can't travel anymore. Correct. They won't let you get on the bus.
Right, let me finish.
You won't be able to rent.
Let me finish. I'm talking to a chat too. Let me finish.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that it's not all about what we think is going on now. Everybody's saying, oh, well, just don't do anything illegal. Well, what about when the fucking rules change? What about when something fundamentally shifts? What about when policy shifts to a total authoritarian government? Once the system in place, what's stopping them from doing it?
Exactly. That's why, I mean, people don't see that, they will use everything they can use against you. It's just a matter of time. Like what's happening in China, I think it's really like, it's the model that they want. And in China, once you have a low credit score, you can't travel on the train. You can't rent an apartment. You can't move out of the city. You're not allowed to travel. To get on an airplane, you can't leave. Basically, you're, wherever you are, the area that you are. So I think that's pretty scary. For people that don't think that might happen, but that's already happening. I mean, look at I have a friend in Vietnam. I asked her, hey, have you heard about these digital ID that they were closing bank accounts? in Vietnam already. She said, yeah, that happened already. Basically, they're bringing a digital ID, and it's just for the security of everybody. It's just better security, and everybody's gonna do it. And I think she already did it. So they're already rolling out the digital ID because they need that digital footprint, that profile. Now, what they're going to do, that's what they need Palantir is they're using Palantir to lock in all the information that they have from the government to your profile that they're building, and then link every single data point that they have of you, and that will be locked in place. And what they didn't have before is that they could just say, "Oh, we need to figure out this guy." Boom, as the AI, boom. That's the key that they didn't have before, which was the artificial intelligence that was to the level where they could basically in a millisecond have the AI gather all your data through the entire internet in the world and have every single data point of you. They didn't have that before. Now they do.
No, most
So,
definitely.
so once that happens, like I said, this is a God and he's all knowing and he's very dangerous. So, all I want to say is that, and, just I hope that everybody is getting closer to Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Hold on. Ask him what? Man, Miss VR, she want to know where you from originally. I told her you said you was from Miami. She want to know where you from originally.
Oh, I'm originally from Ecuador.
Okay, he said Ecuador. All right. Well, I appreciate you for calling in, Ray J. I'm gonna open up the phone lines to
Thank you
give
so much.
one
Yeah,
more
sure.
person to call in. I
Sure,
sure do
appreciate you.
appreciate
Thanks
you,
for the
man.
call.
Be sure to subscribe to the
I
channel,
follow
man.
your show and it's awesome, bro. Keep on pushing, baby.
No, for sure. I
You're
want
amazing.
to talk to you about the AI and where do you think this is going. Sometime you get some time, send me an email or call back in, and I want to know, pick your brain, see where you think this is going.
Yeah, now and I'll give you some insight because I'm reading stuff that most people don't have access to. So
Okay.
I'll give you a little insight. Of course, man.
No, I appreciate you. Thanks, caller. Thanks, Ray J.
Thanks so much. Okay.
All right, chat. We're gonna open the phone lines back up. But yeah, Kyle, I was seeing do you make beats because I'm managing an artist right now and I'm pretty much we going all in on them. And I'm trying to link him with some producers that he can actually lock in with and try to, get a good sound. Because don't get me wrong, dealing with beats and stuff like that, I'm an artist as well, but I just don't do music anymore. I do this. But dealing with beats and you got all these different producers, it can be cool, but it can be a hassle. So I'm just trying to get him maybe a producer or two to lock in with. And I was going to give you a shot, man, because you came in the chat and supported me. Maybe we can work something out. See what's going on, man. See how your beats sound. See if they vibe with what he got going on. Yeah, I'm gonna do them. We're gonna do a video release party chat, and I'm telling y'all the marketing I have on this video release party is crazy. Like it's crazy. I'm calling it You Should Have Been There. The name of his video release party is gonna be called You Should Have Been There. We booking tables, man. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. What's up, Joe? You said are the elites not the enemy? The enemy it's a perception versus perspective thing. I can't tell anyone who their enemy is because I haven't lived in their shoes. I haven't went through what they went through. Their fight might be different than my fight. Now our fights can't align, but their fight might be different than my fight, you know? That doesn't mean it's a good fight. I mean it's not a good fight. But shit. Some things that I see people fight for, chat, I'm like, shit. Y'all keep fighting a good fight. That just doesn't, align with what I got going on. So when it comes to the elites, yeah, the elites are the enemy, depending on perception and perspective. To us as Americans, yeah, the elites are the enemy. But to other people around the world, that might not be the case. The elites might have been the ones that put water in their village. The elites might have been the ones that, gave them a clean sewage system or a sewage system to begin with. So I believe it's perception versus perspective. But for us, yeah, for sure the elites are the enemy for us. If you get a chance, look up Max D Drummer. He makes beats. Okay. Like y'all gotta think, chat, like some of these billionaires, they getting tax write-offs and they creating foundations, and these foundations might be on some bullshit on the grand scheme of things, but they gotta make it look good. So they put water in villages. They bring aid and assistance to villages. They bring health clinics and doctors' offices to the villages and shit. So to those village people, the elites or whatever foundation there was might not be their enemy. It might have helped their village come from damn mud huts to shit, having some shit going on. So how can I sit there and convince these people who didn't have water a year, 2 years ago, that shit, hey, these people are your enemy? They're gonna look at me like, nigga, do you know what it was like over here 2 years ago? We didn't have a hospital. We didn't have a clean drinking water. We have hope now. We can see the future now. Our shit's starting to look a little different. So shit, in that situation, I would respect their opinion. I wouldn't try to push it on them. I would be like, well, you know what? If I was in your, if I had your perception and I viewed things from your perspective, I would probably look at it the same way. But because I'm American, because I was born in the era that I was born in, I've always had running water. I've always had access to clean water. I've always had access to hot water. I've always had access to electricity. I've always had access to pretty much everything. So my perception and perspective would be different than someone who has been through a different situation. You said, "Hey, your spirit animal is still a job turkey." That was funny the first time, but it didn't hit this time, bro. That shit didn't hit. Yeah, the first time it was funny. You said there's too many billionaires in your city. Damn, Chad, I got some pizza in there. You said that's because you're crying about billionaires. I don't like none of them, Chad. I don't give a fuck if you're a billionaire, millionaire, middle class, low class, poor class, whatever. If you on some bullshit, I don't like you. And I ain't afraid to tell you I don't like you. Gonna look at you like this. Hey, dude, I don't like you. Shit, it is what it is. You ain't gotta like me either. That's one thing about me, child. I ain't never gave a fuck if some day, I ain't never cared if anybody like me, bro. When y'all see me, I'm by my fucking self, chat. Straight up, I'm by myself. If y'all see me in person, y'all see me in your city, man, I'm by myself, bro. Now I got my gun rights back. I'm definitely gonna be by myself, chat. I'm telling you, man, with it on me. With it on me, chat. Got my gun rights back, man. I'm a loner for real, bro. With it on me. Fuck around, check my gun through the airport, man. Shit. I'm legal, baby. Check this bad boy in. I'm flying out. For real. And then, chat, I'm not a very trusting person either. Like, in all actuality, in all honesty, chat, like, when I look in here and I say, I don't trust no fucking body, I want y'all to know, like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, I mean, nobody, bro. Like, when I walk outside and I go in the store and shit, like, I don't trust, like, don't walk up on me. Don't walk up too fast around me. Like, don't stare at me. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't fucking trust you, man. I have no hope left in humanity. None. None, man. Outside, I'm done trying to fix grown folks. Outside of the kids, bro, like, I have no hope for humanity, man. No hope for humanity, bro. What he say on AT? I don't want to kick it with your skate with your net. Yeah, nah, none of that, man. And it's like, it's kind of a fucked up way to live, Chad. Like, even saying it, it sounds like, oh, that's kind of crazy way to live, ain't it, plug? But it's like, in this day and age, Chad, yeah, man, I don't know. I just don't have too much trust, too much. Bro. I shared a post today on Facebook. The girl was like, where all the men at with their own crib? Do y'all want some company? I shared it and said, I heard y'all be stealing. Nah, I don't want no company. I heard y'all be stealing. And I don't want to sit around no men in the crib, bro. I'm not trying to sit around no men. And I heard y'all women be stealing. You can't come over here, man. You can't come over here, man. No, nah. Y'all be stealing and shit. Then here goes Beans talking about this channel stupid. Beans, nobody asked for you. Nobody called you over here. Nobody even calls your name around the fucking house, bro. Like, you walk in from work, nobody greets you at the door. Nobody's happy. They just look at you and go about their fucking business. Keep flipping the damn channel, bro. Nobody cares about you, dude. You said you were a loner. Yeah, you can be a loner and people still love you. You can be, see, that's the difference, Chad. I said I was a loner. I didn't say I'm not loved. That's the fucking difference. See, y'all confuse shit. I'm a loner, but I got love. Like, I can step out anywhere. I just don't want people walking up on me doing all of that shit. But I get love. If I want the daps and hugs and kisses, I won't get it. But I pass on that shit. I'm saying he don't get no love when he comes home from work. Like, no kids, the wife, nothing, man. His girl just looks at him, goes on back to her conversation. Kids still playing outside. They didn't even stop the wave. Nobody cared. Bro, this nigga come here. This nigga come in here all the time talking about another confused brother. Like, you must have that shit screenshotted, bro. Like, I know you just repeat shit all the time because you come into my live all the time saying another confused brother, which implies that you're black, but you got a fucking white anime character, bro. You have a white anime character as your profile picture talking about I'm a confused brother. Nigga, you see me, I'm here, nigga. You got a white anime character with fucking black and white dyed hair and blue eyes saying I'm another confused brother, nigga. You need to get out of the house, nigga. You need to go touch grass, nigga. I bet you put on them long ass socks and pick up the broom and shit. Chad, this what he be doing, Chad. He be at the house like this. He at the house like this. Power up. He in the house powering up and shit, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You got an anime picture, nigga. Talk about I'm another confused brother, bro. He got an anime picture, Chad. He in the house, every mop, every broom he passes, he spinning that motherfucker around. He spinning that motherfucker around, bro. Super Saiyan 5. Yeah, get tripping, bro. Jumping off the couches and shit, chat. He damn near 30 years old, jumping off couches and shit, cartwheeling around the house, man. Talking about he don't win Super Saiyan, man. Get your ass on, Brandon. Grow up, Brandon. You grow the fuck up, man. You gotta put the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers down, nigga. Grow up, nigga. Yeah. Yeah, chat. Shit's crazy. Man, Brandon ain't sweeping shit but legs, man. He trying to do a sweeping leg kick. He picks up the broom, chat, and the only thing he's gonna sweep is that damn leg. He's gonna do one of these, one of those. You know how you take your arm and you. He gonna do one of them sweeping leg kicks, man. That's the only shit he's sweeping around the house is some fucking legs, man. Sweeping leg kicks and shit, man. Boy, Brandon, man. Nigga Brandon out here, man. Hey, Chad, he one of those people that go in the front yard every day, man. I'm talking about punching the air hard as fuck, karate chopping the air hard as fuck, man. Ain't never put his hands on nobody. Never put his hands on nobody, man. But he's outside. I'm talking about, yeah, 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 yeah. You one of those, Chad. Talking about sweating hard as fuck. It's like 6:30 in the morning. His mom on the porch, like, man, bring your ass in the house, man. Bring your ass in the house, man. It's 6:30, man. Outside in your fucking drawers doing karate, man. What the hell wrong with you, Brandon? Crazy as a motherfucker. Now here comes Universe talking about insults now. Wow, yes, these are insults. I mean, shit. What do you want me to say? He came here talking shit to me. Shit, don't he came here talking shit that he should have left me the fuck alone. Shit. He should have left me the fuck alone. Now y'all want me to pull punches. Pull your punches, plug. Pull your punches, man. Hell no, man. I'm from the South. This is what we do. Shit. What's up, Spitfire? Where you go, Brandon? He ain't in here no more. Alright, we'll leave him alone. He ain't in here no more. We ran him off, man. See, we ain't even have to block him. He just got the fuck on. Listen, Universe Middle Production, man. If what I said to Brandon rubbed you the wrong way, man, you gonna have a tough time following me. I really went light on Brandon. I kept that shit cute for Brandon, man. I just, picked up a broom and did some karate chops, man. I could have went hard. I accidentally called a woman a bitch earlier, man. I definitely called somebody in the chat a bitch earlier, man. I don't even normally do that. Listen, I might be out my body today, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest. If this what I just said to Brandon is crazy, yeah, man, you might have a tough time over here. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. It's no holds bar, man. It's no holds bar over here, man. This is tables, ladders, chairs, man. Tables, ladders, chairs, man. Yeah, Charlotte had me mad. I called her a bitch, man. I ain't gonna lie. Show called Charlotte a bitch earlier, didn't I? Man, my bad, Charlotte. I apologize, Charlotte. I didn't mean to call you that. It kind of rolled off the tongue because that's what you was acting like. I didn't mean to call you that, but you was kind of acting like one. Real shit. I told y'all, Chad, I ain't perfect. I'm not perfect, Chad. I listen, Chad. I'm a little fucked up, man. I'm working on myself, Chad. Y'all bear with me, man. Every day we get a little better. You know what I'm saying? Every day we get a little better. Sometimes I gotta cuss a motherfucker or two out. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I gotta cuss a motherfucker out, man. And now that I think about it, Chad, I don't even remember what I called her a bitch about, bro. So then you know what that tells me? It wasn't worth it, man. I don't even remember what I called her a bitch about, bro. I really apologize, Charlotte, because it couldn't have been that important. Because I don't even remember what I got mad at. See, Chad, I can apologize. I'm a little fucked up sometimes too. I ain't perfect. Some shit pissed me off in here for real, and I'll really remember it. But because I can't remember what we got into it about, I know it wasn't important. I know it wasn't important. Man, I sure did. But yeah, chat. You said 20% rent drop. Everyone will help. I don't know, man. Let's see. What would it take for rent to drop per 20%? They raise rent what 5% on year on average. So that'll take us back to 2022. Home prices were still high 2022. Mm-hmm. It might work. May Hay said, "How high am I?" Stick your hand up your ass and see how far your drawers is, and that's how high I am. However far your drawers is up your ass, that's how high I am. Man. Lala, I don't think they realize I really can do this shit all day, bro. They don't realize this shit, bro. Like, chat. I'm from the country for real. We do this back and forth shit all day, bro. Like, we can't. When I'm in that mode, chat, we do this shit all day, bro. For real. I'm from the deep south, Tevin. The deep south, man. From Arkansas, man. Who about to get roasted? Loki. You looked up Elon's red Halloween costume. I haven't seen it. Oh, with the Antichrist. Nah, the White House ballroom had been quiet. Remember, they just said Trump just doubled the size. The price was supposed to be 175 million. Now they want 1.2 billion, I think. Yeah, the price was supposed to be 175 million. Now they want 1.2 billion for the ballroom. And Trump said that he's doubling the size. Oh, you said 1 trillion for the ballroom? Nah, they want 1 trillion for the full defense bill. They want 1.5 trillion for the defense bill. Oh, now another 300 billion. Let me see. All right, here it go. Yeah. White House initially estimated the cost at 300 million, with 200 million pledged by Trump and other donors. Later claimed the project will cost less than 400 million. Some Republicans are requesting $1 billion for security enhancements, and that's what Trump is requesting, $1 billion, and they trying to double the size of it. Yeah, so they want $1 billion. Crazy. Y'all think January 6th was something? Wait till y'all find out Trump trying to run for a third term. Y'all think January 6th was something? Till y'all find out Trump trying to run for a third term, watch how crazy motherfuckers get. Them folks finna tear some shit up, man. I think the summer of love was going on during the summer of love. Shit, it's really gonna be going on. Trump try to run for a third term. Shit really gonna be going on. Do I really give a shit about the ballroom? Yes. The reason I give a shit about the ballroom is because of accountability, checks and balances. Shit's supposed to be getting approved and pushed through. Yeah, this ballroom is a test of checks and balances and accountability. Just like Fetterman voted today for the war powers, so Trump doesn't have to need congressional approval. Same thing. This is all pushing the boundaries of checks and balances and accountability. They trying to see how far they can go. So yes, the ballroom is part of that as well, in my opinion. No, I don't never open my phone with my fingerprint or do my face scan on anything. But I mean, they got my biometrics anyway, Chad. I've been to jail. I've been to jail, so they got everything they need from me here. And I've been on the internet a long time. Yeah, they got all of our bios, believe it or not, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. Before you leave the hospital, man, they want that blood, they want that natal chart. So yeah, to a certain extent, man, it is what it is, man. They got all of that shit already. Why do you think that shit happens like that? Y'all think it's a coincidence Steph Curry and LeBron James born in the same hospital? Like shit like that don't be happening, bro. They be doing that shit, bro. It be the natal charts and shit they be trying to read, man. That's why they don't want you to have the midwives, chat. Like a lot of people don't believe in a lot of that shit, you know. I'm weary about a lot of that shit. But these billionaires, these people that's going on and shit, they believe in that shit. And they go by it. They believe it's all working. But yeah, they supposed to be calling the next operation, I believe, Operation Sledgehammer, allegedly. We'll see what's going on. Oh, but yeah, chat. I'm damn tired, man. We finna go to bed, chat. I'm finna go to bed. Be sure to join the Discord. If you enjoyed the content, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on your way out, and we'll be back tomorrow night, chat. We'll be back tomorrow night. Good night, chat.